of what the next 2 days looks like. I want to make sure that I thank my team right from the beginning. Fabio and Jiyun are core to this team, just making things happen in the background. This program, this event series just simply couldn't happen without them. So I'm super grateful to my team. I want to talk a little bit about stations, and I'm going to talk about them more in a moment when we get to the grand architecture. But I just want you to imagine what the human civilization would look like if we were able to support 15,000 people on orbit. And I said a moment ago, 15,000 is an arbitrary number, but it is significant in that we have 7 on orbit today. And hats off to the brilliant people who have enabled the habitation of the International Space Station. Hats off to the folks operating the Chinese Heavenly Palace. They just had their astronauts come home just a few days ago. So we did have 10 people on orbit. We now have 7. We had 6 astronauts go to space temporarily yesterday in a suborbital flight. So hats off to those folks. But even if you add all of those, 6 plus 3 is 9, plus the 7, 16. For a brief moment this week, we had 16 people in space. That's fantastic. Amazing work. All of that's amazing work. We've got 4 more people going up probably next week. I think there was a delay, but I think they go up next week. So great. Even let's expand that and say in a 2-week period we have 20 people in space. Well, since they're all camping, they're all temporary. What does it take to build a permanent, sustainable, large scale, and that's the difference of the ISS, permanent, large scale habitation? So that's what we're going to spend the next 2 days on. Why are we doing this? What is the point of this Better Futures series? Well, certainly it is to broaden the horizons, to make them aware of how the world is changing around them, and the solar system is changing around them every single day. This adventure that we call space is getting more and more exciting. But to be very blunt and very specific about it, my company wants to build a space elevator on the moon, the Lunar Space Elevator Infrastructure. And that's a really expensive proposition. And I know that there's a lot of money flowing into the commercial space sector these days, but building a lunar elevator is a super risky, long-term, expensive project. And so rather than depend on the venture capitalists, and thanks to the VCs and angels that have been interested in us so far, but rather than depend on that, it's been really important that we figure out how to kind of pay our own way. And so the creation of the Better Futures event series is really about driving revenues for our project so that we can bring some new knowledge to our audience, but that also we generate revenues so that we can work on the research and development necessary for the lunar elevator. And that's our business model, and we're pretty happy with that. Another reason to exist, raison d'etre, is to kind of illuminate a possible future. We're really big fans of all the stuff that's happening in space, and this possible future is really exciting to us. And, in a goofy way, because most of us are nerds and science fiction nerds, um, I'd like to, I'd like to do my part in making Starfleet real. So I have this, I've always admired the vision of Starfleet, and if we can do our small part, our small role, and contribute to that big idea, then we want to do that. Lift For It has some other topics in development beyond the space station's topic for the lunar, for free floating station, the lunar and Mars. We're also developing other topics. The first one has officially been slotted in for May 25th and 26th. We're going to do an event focused on space finance, the capitalization of space, and we're going to host a space investment summit with our partners at the Center for Space Commerce and Finance. So that's scheduled for May 25th and 26th. It's just in front of the International Space Development Conference, on purpose to kind of dovetail to that. We're not going to be hosting it in Washington, D.C. with the ISDC. We're going to be hosting it digitally because that's what we do here at Liftport at Better Futures. We have two other topics we're working on, lunar development, settlement, and settlers. So that one's going to be exclusively focused on the moon. And you can see by today's lineup, we have a little taste of that. And then finally, another project that we're working on is the Future 2035, looking at what steps do we have to take between now and 2025 to enable 2025 to 30, and then 30 to 35. And somewhere in the middle of that, I think our elevator will be constructed. But we also want to make sure that we are in keeping with all of the other technological breakthroughs, operational breakthroughs that are going to be happening in the next few years. So we take the future very, very seriously, and we want to make sure that we fit in that environment. And then, really want to thank the people that have made this event possible. We've got a new and developing alliance with Ares Studios, the producers of the Star Trek short Axanar. So great to have you all on board. I just mentioned the Center for Space Commerce and Finance, and the Mars Society. The Mars Society was a terrific supporter of our event last month. Their fans are terrific. I've been involved around the Mars Society for a long time, so it's great to see them. And I think we're going to have some more alliances with the space community over the coming next months. So thanks everybody for being a part of this. And with that, we're going to shift gears to the formal programming here. So let me pull up my PowerPoint. Just give me a moment here. I do this at the start of each event as a little bit of a preamble, as a little bit of a, to make sure that everybody's on the same page, everybody's kind of thinking, pointing in the same general direction. I do it because this is how I think that the near future of space is going to unfold. I don't have a perfect crystal ball. I'm not going to claim that I do, but I have pretty good hunches, and they tend to be right. So this is my personal goal, is heading towards the moon. I particularly love this image because it kind of puts into context where we are in relation to the moon. And what does this grand architecture look like? Well, towards the end of the last administration, the White House put up a policy that has been reinforced and sustained by the following administration. So this is still current, even though we had a transition in our government. And I think it's really important. They create a roadmap that has 5 core pillars to it. Commercialization of low Earth orbit, going back to the moon and staying there, extending humanity out to Mars, looking at our solar system, the whole of the solar system, and then beyond. And then, a cornerstone of this field is to make sure that we've got our workforce and education components built out. So areas we're going to pay most attention to in this grand architecture is really the commercialization of LEO and returning to the moon to stay, because those are kind of the nearest term elements. Definitely don't want to annoy our friends focusing on Mars, because certainly that's important. But that's how we think that this is going to unfold, those three elements. General Quast, 3-star general, retired from the Air Force, in a personal conversation with me, says this is maybe one of the most important conversations in our nation's history. And so just take a moment to let that sink in. Of all the things that a 3-star general could say is the most important conversation, this is one of the most important conversations in our nation's history. And then this, my friend, the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force, Dr. Joel Mosier, he's saying the same thing. The things that we're doing now within the government, both with current programs and potential programs, they change the face of our country. And not to be entirely Amerocentric, but if we change the face of space in this country, it has ripple effects throughout the world and all the other space programs. There was a report that came out at the end of last year that I'm going to describe in a minute about how these ripple effects kind of move out into the world. So we'll come back to that in a minute. We always look at the development of space through these 4 lenses: hardware, business, outreach, and framework. The hardware of space is the thing that gets all the attention, whether it's rocketry or giant satellites like the James Webb Telescope, or small pico satellites and CubeSat satellites. Hardware is the thing that gets everybody's attention, but without paying attention to the business, storytelling, the money, the dollars and cents, the storytelling, and the laws and policies and frameworks, we really can't build anything. So that stuff kind of all falls under the same umbrella. There are 4 kind of large topic partners in this. I refer to as ACDC: academic, civil, defense, and commercial. It used to be that the academic and civil sector led everything. And now, very interestingly, the commercial sector is leading an awful lot, and defense, civil, and academic are having to play catch up. So that's a very recent, in the last maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years, we've seen that transition that start to happen. But very, very soon, I believe, if it hasn't already happened, I believe the commercial sector is going to vastly outperform the academic, civil, and defense sectors. So What does this grand architecture look like? We're going to start with launch and communications and Earth observation. We're getting very, very, very good at that. SpaceX intends to launch possibly 60 launches this year, and that's one company. We're going to talk about them more in a moment. Communications and observation, we're really, really good at that. We've been seeing just how valuable that is due to the outbreak of war in Europe, the invasion of the Ukraine. We're really, really good at this. So I'm going to just say we're pretty good, and we're going to move on to in-space transportation. That's like the next big phase in the development of space. And we're getting more and more space tug capabilities coming online. I think our lunar elevator definitely has a place in all of this. I think it's probably here sooner than everybody else thinks it is. And then the development of space stations, our primary topic for the next 2 days. Those are all coming online very, very quickly. While everyone else is paying attention to launch, communications, and observation, these other things, in-space transportation, space stations, and lunar space elevator infrastructure are all being developed concurrently. Mining and manufacturing are right around the corner. I don't have the same confidence in the lunar ice mining sector that other people do. I'll describe why in a few minutes. But I do have a lot of confidence in other mining of resources on the moon, because that will enable the development of space-based solar power, not building solar panels from the ground of Earth and launching them, but mining the resources off the lunar surface and using those resources to build space-based solar power. We build those giant satellites, power satellites, and place them over the 300 largest cities of the world. So Seattle, Lima, Seoul. If we place these cities, these power sats over these great cities of the world, we can power 40% of the global population with clean, green, carbon neutral or carbon negative energy for 40% of the global population. So that's how I think the next 15 years are going to play out. And if we're right, everything starts to change. So with that, I'm going to switch gears again and focus on some of the big changes that are happening right now. So let me quit this. Switch gears to this. So I am working on a paper with a couple people called Starship Singularity. And it is the idea that things are really changing. Things are changing in the world in a really substantial way. Now, as you can see, it's a rough draft. It is not complete yet. I've got a pretty fair amount into it. I'm not going to share with you like the contents of it just yet, because it's a paper that's not finished yet. But I want to talk about some of the things that are happening here. And the more that I look at this document, the more that and how many pages am I in? It's, I don't know, 16 pages. So it's pretty, I think that, and it's probably going to be a lot more than that over time. But it's the idea that it was, that as SpaceX builds their capacity, as they strengthen what they're doing, that things are going to change. And this idea came about, there's kind of two pieces to it. I was hosting a conference exactly like this a little over a year ago for the Foundation for the Future. It was called their Blue Marble Week event series. And I was in a conversation with a venture capitalist, Michael Mealing, and he was talking about how no one was submitting business plans based on this new capability that SpaceX is creating. And I asked him about that, and he was like, things are going to change once that happens. And I said, really just off the cuff, I said, well, it's a singularity moment where once a change that is significant happens, it is impossible to determine what happens after that moment. And that has been true with the first adoption of the internet. It was true with the first issuance of an iPhone. We have seen these singularity moments where things were so abruptly shifted that predictions of the future after that fact were basically hollow. They were basically empty. Professor Vern Vinge came up with this idea nearly 20 years ago, nearly 30 years ago, that was basically that computers will advance so fast and so far as to make predictions of the future impossible, irrelevant. So I really recommend this paper. I'll post a link to it in a moment. It's fascinating, and some of the stuff that Professor Vinge said really are quite astounding considering it's 30 years old. So given that we've already seen several breakthroughs in our own lifetimes, and that the world has shifted pretty dramatically as a result of those breakthroughs, my contention and several of my co-authors is that things are about to change in a way that we really cannot predict and we do not understand. So what is this Starship capability that SpaceX is referencing? They are. I'm going to stop sharing and just talk straight to you because I don't want to show you my paper just yet. We'll go up to the top. But I do want to share with you some of the insights as I am discovering them. So what is this Starship capability that SpaceX is referencing? Well, first of all, it's a giant capability of a single ship. It's measured in hundreds of thousands of pounds. They anticipate being able to launch 3 times a day. Just let that sink in by itself. Like right now, what is the world doing? Right now, the world is launching about 1 rocket about every 3 days. That's a global number, plus or minus a little bit, but it's about every 3 days, somewhere in the world, somebody is launching a rocket to space. That by itself is astounding, right? But then SpaceX is talking about increasing their cadence to 3 times a day. 3 times a day, which I find just boggling all by itself. And remember, reusable capability is a brand new capability. I mean, it's only been around for a few years. It was, you see all my science fiction behind me and other technical books. Reusable rocketry was literally the stuff of fiction from the 1940s into until just a few years ago. So so expanding first, the reusability is remarkable all by itself, but then expanding that reusability and having the cadence of 3 times a day, that will be an astounding capability. And the world will change dramatically and in ways that we just simply do not understand yet. We can make some guesses, and I'll share with you some of my guesses here in a moment. But that it doesn't really stop there, because it's not just about the reusability, although that is, you know, certainly important. It's also about the sheer size of this thing. I did some pretty entertaining math recently. If you can launch 3 times a day, then the Starship is capable of launching 1.3 million pounds in a weekend. That's an astounding amount of capacity. To put that in perspective, the International Space Station is only 900,000 pounds. So this is 30% more mass in a weekend than in the 15 years of construction of the International Space Station. Just like, let that sink in a moment. 1.3 million pounds in a weekend versus the combined mass of the International Space Station of only 900,000 pounds. So another way of looking at that, because I really had a hard time kind of contemplating that, another way of looking at that is it's the equivalent of 82 fully grown 8-ton male African elephants. 82 fully grown 8-ton male African elephants over a weekend. An average herd of this is a herd of elephants. This is a herd of elephants in space. I just find that astounding, that kind of excess capacity. We really don't have any good reason to launch 1,000,003 tons every weekend. We don't, there's no reason yet for that kind of capacity. Now, yes, SpaceX is aiming for Mars. That's been Musk's goal for a really long time. I met Musk for the first time back in I think 2002 or spring of 2002 at a Mars Society event. He was talking about back then. So the idea of 1,000,003 pounds every weekend, and you know, it's not like he's going to stop on Sunday. He's going to launch again on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and Saturday. Do it again next week. But if that's the only thing that launched for the entire year, 1,000,003 pounds is a staggering capacity for the year. And he's talking about doing it in the weekend. That's one of the reasons why I say everything will change after this capacity comes online. So what are some of the things that change? Well, for anybody who knows me, I think it's the death knell of building Earth's space elevator. I'm not going to throw my friends in the space elevator business under a bus, but what was already really complicated and really expensive and really tricky may now be verge on pointless, because that kind of capacity is predicted to be in the $100 per pound to orbit, $100 per pound to orbit price range. And that makes the space elevator a really questionable technology at that point. You know, get past the carbon nanotubes problem or the graphene problem of the materials, get past the 40,000 satellites that are going to be in the sky in the next 5 to 10 years, that the elevator has to continually dodge, get past the millions of debris elements that are currently up there. You have a fundamental economics problem that makes the elevator really challenging, which I don't see a solution to. Now, I was, you know, half the books behind me are about space elevators. Like, I was one of the primary proponents of the idea for a really long time. I still like the idea, but my team shifted to a lunar elevator more than 10 years ago, before reusable rocketry was a thing, by the way, long before there was a Starship Singularity component. We focused on the lunar elevator because we knew that an elevator on the moon was very, very valuable, and that the more space infrastructure was created, the greater the cislunar econosphere became, the more valuable a lunar elevator was going to be. So we wanted to be, you know, pretty far ahead of the curve there. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is, I'm now really beginning to question the lunar ice mining model. A lot of folks are really excited about lunar ice, and they should be. It's a game changer for everybody in space. It's a game changer. A couple years ago, when NASA collided a spent satellite into the moon to get a spectrographic analysis of the content of the lunar surface. Eureka! There's water there. It was a gold rush moment as far as everyone was concerned, and it sparked a lot of activity in the idea of how do we harvest lunar ice and turn it into water and turn that into rocket fuel, right? Because if ice is hydrogen and oxygen, H2O, those make for some really damn fine rocket fuel. Great, cool. Lots of really smart people I know are working on that problem. Part of that problem, however, though, is that the amount of excavation that you have to do to get a liter of water is enormous, and that takes a lot of real estate, and it takes a lot of infrastructure. You know, you're talking about moving the equivalent of an Olympic-sized swimming pool, moving the dirt, the regolith of the moon, moving an Olympic-sized swimming pool of dirt to get 1 liter of water. That is a really tricky problem. How do you move that much dirt in the first place? Just from a logistics perspective, how do you move that much dirt to get that little water? And I know my math is a little bit off here. There's a little bit of hyperbole here, but it's not a lot of hyperbole. It's a little bit of hyperbole. So if that's true, that's a lot of dirt you have to move to get a very small yield of water. But if the Starship comes along and if it hits the numbers that SpaceX is aiming for, then why not just send $100 worth of water up and turn it into rocket fuel? Like, I'm wondering if the cost value proposition, like where do those curves meet? If you're looking at the economics of supply and demand, where do those curves meet? Are we thinking that water is so incredibly valuable that we'll spend $1,000 a liter, $10,000 a liter? When I first started 20 years ago, it was $25,000 to orbit, $25,000 per pound to get to orbit. We've already seen that price drop to 7 to 10. Sometimes it's 4 or 5,000. And if Musk can send 1.3 million pounds to orbit in a weekend, probably that price is going to drop to sub $100 per pound. So where does that leave the lunar ice mining infrastructure? The people that are spending money, the people that are investing, the people that are working on the technology. I am concerned that the commodity of water and the commodity of rocket fuel harvested from the moon may not make sense anymore. The more I look at these numbers, the more I question the validity of that market. So I was in an argument. I was in an actual argument Wednesday earlier this week, where somebody that I know is working on lunar ice mining as a model, and I talked about the Starship Singularity, and they did not have a response. They did not have a rebuttal to that. So I'd love to hear a rebuttal. If somebody has an alternative way of looking at this, I would really like to hear it. So there's that. That's a change that I think is coming surprisingly fast, surprisingly soon. And it's gonna change people's plans. I think it has to change people's plans. So just kind of watching that for a minute, kind of, watch this space, so to speak. I think it's going to be interesting. We'll see where it goes from here. I'm really excited about that. Like, I don't want to be the guy who's like, saying bad things about a brand new industry that's kind of unknown and unproven. I want to be really supportive of this industry. So I'm going to take a step back and say, well, it's not just about the water ice mining. The other side of it that I am very supportive of, very excited about, is that I think we're still going to be able to pull raw resources off of the lunar surface. I think mining for normal minerals is still very, very, very likely, very valuable, very lucrative. But that those commodities of minerals, I don't see them making their way back to the Earth market. I'm not enough of an economist, so this area I'm a little fuzzy on, so don't take that as gospel. I'm less committed to my own words on this topic. But I think that if you start mining from the surface of the moon and create, ores and smelting and refining capabilities on the surface of the moon, I think that's giant. I think that could be civilization transforming. It could be transformative of our civilization. I think you're going to wind up starting to use those resources to build mammoth infrastructure in space. And that maybe those minerals never make it back to Earth in the first place because they're so much more useful on orbit, building out the construction of an orbital civilization. So I think those are things that are coming really soon, and that might be kind of a taste of this new Starship Singularity capability. If I'm right, it's an alternate place that the ice miners can go, right? They can take their technology, they can take their systems and architectures, modify them, and start thinking about lunar development in a way that I don't think people have really put a lot of effort into. I know that there's some Australian mining companies that are trying to build out capabilities, but the ones that I know of are focusing on water. So my hope is that this paper points to a potential roadblock, but that also it points to a different, potentially bigger opportunity. So it's weird. I realize what a conundrum I'm describing, because on the one side, the idea of a singularity is that you cannot see beyond that new technology development, but then on the other side, I'm trying to see past and try to think, all right, well, what does change? What are the positive and negative impacts? So the plan for this document is to finish it this week. I'm actually pretty excited about it. Taking a short working vacation, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to just tune out of a lot of my other obligations and just focus on getting some stuff written. And what should happen with this document is that once I finish my piece, I pass it over to my friend and colleague, Peter Gerritsen, retired Lieutenant Colonel Gerritsen, works at a think tank out in Washington, D.C. He is going to add his own pieces to it. They're going to be policy. I'm not going to steal his thunder, but he's got some really, really, really important policy considerations that at the federal level that need to be incorporated into this document, at which point we'll be inviting in other authors to showcase their 2 cents worth. So Gerritsen and I will write the core document, and then we're going to invite, I think we've got 25 people that we are asking to contribute 2 pages to. So that should be pretty fun. I'm really excited about this document as the more I work on it. I have to be really careful, because the more I work on it, the more I want to work on it, and the bigger it gets, and the more unwieldy it gets. So I've got to be really careful about how I do that. I don't like writing papers. I'm not particularly good at it. So it's surprising to me that this is a fun thing to do. And then as soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to jump into another paper called Starlink Singularity, which is a different thing altogether. But you can imagine what does the world look like if we have if we have just connected the world with computing communications capabilities. The last thing I want to share with y'all before we bring on Michelle Hanlon is a news piece that nope, where is it? There it is. Sorry. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong one. I was talking about 3 launches a day, but SpaceX is probably going to hit 60 launches a year, right? That's their current capability now. So 365 times 3, like just over 1,000 launches. And then maybe they're going to get 60 this year. So they still have a long ways to go, but this is their track record, right? And they have a 154 launches and a 98% success rate on the Falcon 9. So definitely that tells me that they are capable. By the way, I want to point this out. Where is it? They have only announced and planned 25. So this is in conflict with Musk's own statements. But I tend to think that we're on the right path here. All right, and with that, I'm going to close out and bring on Professor Hanlon. So great to have you here, Michelle. Let me pull up your bio here. Give me 15 seconds. Michelle, are you here?
I'm here.
Terrific. Hey, there you are. Perfect. All right, let me just read this off. Michelle is co-director of the Air and Space Law program at the University of Mississippi School of Law, editor-in-chief of the Journal of Space Law, and faculty advisor for the Journal of Drone Law and Policy. Michelle co-founded the For All Moonkind, a nonprofit that is the only organization in the world focused on protecting human cultural heritage in outer space. She was instrumental in the development of the One Small Step Act. For All Moonkind is a permanent observer to the United Nations Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Michelle is also the president of the National Space Society. So Michelle is a very busy woman. Michelle, great always to have you here. I think you've been on my programs maybe 4 or 5 times. You were here last month, really talking about the National Space Society. But this month we're gonna talk about other stuff. So I'm really glad that you're here. Thanks very much. Take it away. The screen is yours.
Thanks, Michael. So it has been a busy week. You know, the COPWIS is meeting, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space Legal Subcommittee. And, you know, I just wanted to tell you, I was rereading David Dudney's book on why we shouldn't be exploring space. And I think I had an epiphany, and I think he's right. We don't need to explore space. I think we're not ready, you know?
Tell me about that. What do you mean?
And that's my very lame attempt at an April Fool's joke. So.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. All right. I was like, I wonder where she's going with this.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't think anybody would buy that, but
no,
yeah.
I didn't really.
April Fool. I am so into space exploration. I think David Dudney's book is terrible.
Right.
And so with that, I was hoping to find like a cute meme or something, but I'm technologically, you know, very happy if I can get a PowerPoint going. So anyway, I will share my screen. Hope that woke everybody up this morning.
Thanks.
So sorry, let me get this screen over. So thank you for having me back. I know, you know, I have a lot to say about space stuff, and I really like the what you're talking about and the theme of sort of the space stations. I think it's really important because I think space stations are really, you know, when we talk about putting human communities in space, which is what we want to do at NSS and at Mississippi and For All Mankind, really that first step is going to be space hotels and space, you know, having space stations where we're doing science, where scientists are living, where perhaps people manufacturing things are living. And so it's really, I think, going to be that first step. And I think it's very easy for us to think about think about it as just an extension and really focus on the excitement of it and the commercial aspects of it and the technology of it, and not really think about the human aspect of it. And I think if we really need to sort of sit back and take advantage of this opportunity, because we are going to be sort of, I think it's like a creep into space, right? We're not going to all be like, okay, we're, sending 5,000 people to Mars tomorrow. Yay. It's really going to be, hey, let's get a space station, get 3 space stations and let's film a film up there. And let's make it a tourist attraction. And all those little steps, we think, oh, well, that doesn't really count as a human community, so we don't have to worry about the law or anything. But it's really an opportunity for us to think about the law. And it's really important for us to think about the law. Because this George Robinson and Harold Wright wrote this book ages ago, Envoys of Humankind, a declaration of first principles for the governance of space societies. And they pointed out that I love this sentence. It's clunky and lawyerly, but it says what we want it to say, right? The achievement of our human imperative and of the global and interplanetary constitutions necessary for its realization will be one of the most momentous, delicate, difficult, long-term projects ever undertaken by human civilization. A poor beginning will seriously threaten its achievement. If we don't get it right now, if we don't create a strong foundation for our future, it's going to seriously threaten our achievement and seriously threaten all of our goals. And so, people like to poo-poo the law. And I tell everybody, if you don't like lawyers, it means you just had a really bad lawyer at one point in your life, right? Because my whole job is to make your life easier. That's like, now I'm a space lawyer and I teach space law. But back when I was the 25 years that I was practicing business law, that was my job. It wasn't to tell you, no, you can't do that. It was like, okay, we'll figure it out. How are we going to do that? And so again, if you don't like your lawyer, you have a bad one, hire me. So anyway, so what are we talking about? What we need this law? What do we have? It's been called, Henry Glaser called it AstroLaw. And so I think everybody knows well enough that the space law is a state law aspect. All of the principles affect states, and we have treaties at the state level. So AstroLaw contemplates the practice of law in outer space, which focuses on space as a legal regime. The current law focuses on space as a legal regime. And we're going to focus it now. We need to change it and focus on space as a place. So we really have to change the view of the international community. We have to change our own focus as lawyers and think not of the space law regime and the space law treaties, and think of space like as another continent. Like this is just another place we're going to work and live, and not some place that only states are going to have to react to each other. And so when we look at space law, look at it. It's the primary treaty. Our Magna Carta is the treaty on principles governing the activities of states in the exploration and use of outer space. It doesn't say humans who are living in space, right? It's the activities of states. So we're already sort of in this ephemeral, from a legal standpoint, and everybody, I'm sure who is on this call or is watching it knows, has seen the gaps in the Outer Space Treaty talk and everything. So we know that it's not good enough. We also know that Article 6 says states bear international responsibility for their nationals. And so what does that mean? That's how we get to commercial industry, right? We say, yeah, no, whatever space law there is applies to you because of this Article 6. And that's, what does that mean? How does that apply? The main thing is, and the way the liability is sort of functions under the Space Law Treaty, and the very first analysts of Article 6 really called it revolutionary, because usually in international law, if you have a national who goes out and blows up something, the state isn't necessarily liable. The state is only liable if the state put them up to it or paid for it, or somehow maybe even perhaps if the state knew about it and did nothing to stop it, it is liable. In space, anything happens, there's no need to show accountability for your nationals. Article 7, Article 6 work together to say anything that happens in space, the state is responsible, not the individual. And so think about back in December, China sent a note verbal to the United Nations and said, hey, United Nations, we just want to warn you, our obligation under Article 5 of the Outer Space Treaty is to warn other people about hazards in space, phenomena that may be hazardous to the health of our astronauts. And so we see this phenomena in space that is hazardous, and it's our obligation to inform the international community. Well, what was that hazardous phenomena? Starlink. So basically, I loved it. I wrote an article because, it's like China thinks Elon Musk is phenomenal. But then at the end of it, China said, very properly and primly, I imagine in my head, and by the way, international community, don't forget, Article 6 says nations bear international responsibility for their nationals, i.e. United States, you're on the hook if our space station gets hit by Starlink. And so that's what gums up commercial industry in space right now. The other thing is Article 7 says the launching state is liable. So it's not just the national, right? And under the outer space treaties, there are 4 launching states for every single launch potential. There's the state that procures the launch. And what does that mean? I mean, it could mean the state who has a national who has built something to be launched, or who knows, or it could be, just paying for the launch. So the state that procures launch, the state that actually does the launching, the state from whose territory the launch is, and the state from whose facility the launch is. So every time something goes wrong in space, you have 4 potential states involved, right? And so think about that. Every time something goes wrong, you automatically have a diplomatic issue with potentially 4 different states. And from a lawyer standpoint, that's like payday. I mean, woohoo, and we all know that, due regard, you have to have due regard for the activities of others. What does that mean? I mean, that's another lawyer payday to argue. I mean, I was at a symposium for aviation law this week, and I did the due regard is like a lawyer payday joke. Any lawyer can argue due regard for like 2 decades for any issue, and not many people laughed because I think that's actually what they do. It's like, whoops, okay, wrong crowd. But anyway, so those are really what gums up space law when we think about private activities. And I put Article 2 in there because I've been really looking at Article 2 a lot lately. I think we all have, with respect to, property in space. Can you mine an asteroid down to nothing? Is it okay to just put up your tent and mine anything you want on the moon? So space is not subject to national appropriation by claim of sovereignty or by any other means. So to me, that means that a state can't claim territory in outer space, but it doesn't say there that an individual can't or a commercial entity can't. It says space is not subject to national appropriation. So if I'm not a state, can I claim a piece of the moon from Michelle Hanlon? Right? And so, the international community has been really focused on the Artemis Accords provisions and the US statement and the Luxembourg statement, and UAE statement that if you mine it, you own it. We're not violating Article 2 if we go and we use resources or even sell those resources. That's not a violation of Article 2. And I'm saying, the fact that they talk about national appropriation, the fact that they talk about claim of sovereignty first, no individual is going to claim sovereignty over a territory in space. The fact that when the Outer Space Treaty was negotiated, people didn't contemplate having anybody but states in space. And in fact, the Soviet Union didn't even want to have Article 6. They didn't want to ever allow private entities in space. Makes me think Article 2 may be interpreted to mean, okay, yeah, no state can claim territory, but that doesn't say individuals can't. And indeed, the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, Article 17 says every single human has the right to own property, period. And that's a really important provision because it's an anti-slavery provision. We don't want to ever have humans in a position where they are in servitude on land somewhere. And so I really think that that's a very powerful argument with respect to property and what we're going to think about in space. But back to space stations. So the application of law in space. So I talked a little bit already about how, you have 4 launching states. So anytime you have any kind of issue, and so let's just sort of set up a scenario. So let's assume we have a private space station with multiple modules and components purchased by a company. We'll call it Space Hotels International, formed under the laws of the United States, right? Or it's a joint venture. Make it more complicated. It's a joint venture between the United States and 3 other countries, or companies from the United States and 3 other countries. So automatically, if you have a joint venture between a US company and a British company and an Australian company, automatically you have 3 launching states, right? Let's say your components and modules you're purchasing from the United Kingdom and South Africa. You launch your modules at different times on different launch service providers from the US, the EU, and Australia. And the launches themselves take place from New Zealand, French Guiana, and at sea. Okay, this is all really plausible, right? Because we are moving into a very global world, or we already are in. Interestingly, I did have in my first iteration of this scenario, I had Russia. I took them out for this talk. Because who knows where we're going to end up with Russia. But thinking about what that private space station would look like, how you're going to build it, every single component. I mean, if we do it right, we should have components, whether it's Blue Origin or Axiom. If we get ITAR and export controls right, one way to meet the obligations under the Outer Space Treaty to make sure space benefits all is to actually make some of those components in developing countries, for the purpose of bringing those developing countries to space with us. And so you really see this universe of different places that you can be involved in space activities. So once the space station is completely assembled, you assume that you send personnel, because it's not going to run itself. Maybe it could be all artificial intelligence and machine learning and AI. But I think if I'm a tourist, I kind of want to see another person up there that I know is going to be able to put me properly into the lifeboat, when something bad happens, right? I don't want to be sort of shuttled around by a robot. Well, maybe like Data or 7 of 9 wouldn't be bad, but you know what I mean. We're a long way from there. But so you're going to have a manager and 2 junior staff to crew the space station, and let's welcome 7 guests at a time. Not that big, right? This is our first step, baby steps into space. The personnel have year-long shifts on the station. They're trained and housed near a spaceport. Guests have to undergo. We can't just send guests to space for a week and be like, yeah, good luck to you. We don't care about your health. They're going to have to be trained, and they're going to have to know what to do. And, I think about when you go on a cruise. If you've been on a cruise, before you even leave port, the first thing you have to do is undergo like an emergency drill, right? Everyone has to go put on their life jackets and stand. I don't even know what they do now, because back in the day, you stood like nose to back of the head with people, right? And that you lined up to get on your lifeboat. But you're going to need a lot more training than if you were going on a cruise. So you have all this, and let's just assume everyone launches from the US or Curacao. So you see and I went through, and you look at mishaps that happen on station, and mishaps happen like on Mir, a cosmonaut was using the exercise machine, and one of the straps broke and hit him in the eye. And so they had to do basically emergency medicine from far away, and he had to figure out what he had. Thankfully, he had eye drops and stuff. But accidents happen on station all the time. And so they're going to happen in space hotels all the time. And whether it's negligence or whether it's criminal, we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that. And so if it's negligence, let's say one of the junior staff accidentally puts milk in the coffee, and somebody has a dairy issue, right? What do? Who's liable? Well, look at this. Who's liable? Okay, who brought the milk to station? What module was it in? Where is the crew from? Where is the guest from? Who launched the actual station? All of the joint venture partners are liable. Okay, so we have like 6 to 8 different parties that are potentially liable because one junior staff put milk instead of almond milk into, right? And so what does that mean? That means me, the plaintiff's lawyer, I'm going for the money. I'm going to sue every single country that has had anything to do with that space station. And of course, the United States is going to be at the top of the list because it has the most money and the most forgiving or most supportive plaintiff's laws. But you see how every little issue, when we think about it here on Earth, and I understand Americans are more litigious, or it's viewed that Americans are more litigious than other nationals. But if you look at aviation law and the way we created the Montreal regime, if people think there's going to be a payday, they're going to sue no matter where they're from. And a good lawyer, when it sees one space hotel or 3 space hotels, I mean, it's like you're going to see on the bench, Hanlon and Hanlon, got a problem? Call me. I mean, because right? I mean, it's just so right. So this is what the issue is when we think about trying to do something normal, trying to do something human, trying to support an industry in space. And I just, when we look at AstroLaw, why do we need to focus? Why do we need this foundation? So we don't want spacefarers to be agents of their sovereign nations or under the authority of their sponsoring government. If somebody puts milk in your coffee and you're allergic to milk, then you ought to just sue the hotel. You shouldn't be dragging the United States and the UK and whoever else into that. And so it's important to have that AstroLaw. Space is a place. And so what happens in space when somebody is negligent? And we should develop that separately. And it shouldn't be, well, it was a US module, so US law will apply. Because the other issue that lawyers are really, really good at is fighting for a very, very long time about where to bring the case. The very first thing you file a lawsuit, the very first thing opposing counsel does is say, no, you're in the wrong venue. This should be litigated in this court or that court or somewhere else. And then, you're years arguing venue before you even get to the substance. So that's what we need to do. It's also important to prevent the growth of company towns. And so when we think about building law and what it looks like, we don't have a very good track record here on Earth. And when in the sort of industrialization period, a lot of company towns popped up, and a lot of them were really patronizing. And some actually worked. They really took care of their workers, and they really cared about them. But often it was, the workers don't get to leave. Of course, they're not going to be able to leave. There's no place to go in space. There's no other opportunities for job. You can't quit halfway through and be all, I'm done, I'm out of here, because you are literally stuck in space. And when you think about even the transport back and forth, that transport's going to be built to take tourists and only bring crew back at certain times. It's not like your crew is going to be able to just jump on the next boat. And so there's a real, and I'm not saying that anybody who's going to build a space station is going to be a bad person or a bad entity. But when you have shareholders and when you're looking at making decisions and when you're looking at trying to save money, often people forget or overlook some of these very human rights issues. And it's a creep. Nobody's going to say, you cannot ever leave and we're not going to pay you. It's going to be like, oh, well, you poured that milk into that person's. That was stupid. So we're going to penalize you. And this is what we're going to do. So you can see how you would get a company town regime in a very bad way. I already talked about why we need to avoid conflict and the cost of litigation. When you're arguing, when you have your lawyers arguing about where the case ought to be brought, you're still paying $600, $700 an hour for that partner, if not more. I mean, and there'll probably be a premium because it's space law, right? So we don't want that. I mean, that's ridiculous. We really want our money spent on building those communities, not on litigating what happens in those communities. And we need AstroLaw to assure basic human rights. We talked about how we're going to prevent the growth of company towns, but we want people to be safe. We want people to have the right to oxygen. That's not something in the UN Declaration of Human Rights because we don't need it on Earth, right? And so we say international law applies in space, but there's no law that says you have to give your laborers the opportunity to breathe. And think about that. That's something we need to do. Because think about if there is an issue on a space station, Do the tourists automatically get the oxygen? I don't know, but we ought to have. And property ownership is really important because, again, we're starting with this concept of a space station, but I'm sort of starting to tease around in my head, when does a space object, which is what a station is considered right now under the law, when does it become property? When does it become a place and not as an object? And when we cross that hurdle, when we go from that to the other, then we are truly starting the basis of AstroLaw. We need to provide legal certainty. We don't want to be litigating for 20 years. We want to know, okay, if somebody gets the wrong milk, this is what's going to apply, this is what's going to happen, and this is how we're going to deal with it. And fundamentally, it is going to become the foundational law that will nurture and protect future human civilizations in space. What we do on these space stations right now, today, is going to form the basis for our entire future. So we can't be lackadaisical about it. We can't just sort of brush this off and say, oh, these are just people on orbit. Don't worry, because everything in law is precedent. And people are going to look to that precedent to decide how they're going to do things on the moon or how they're going to do things on Mars and beyond. So it's really important to understand how we're going to develop this AstroLaw. Sorry, move my cursor. So, the model that I'm looking at, and I think, there are a lot, the UN Declaration of Human Rights, but a really good model is the ISS Code of Conduct. And that was negotiated as part of the Intergovernmental Agreement for Space Station. And it's actually a code of conduct. You can find it in the code. I have the site on the next slide. It talks about how the humans on station are going to interact with each other. Now, it's not quite what we want, because, of course, those humans on station are agents of their government. And so we know, it's very clear that they're acting on behalf of their government. And so that is sort of a separate diplomatic regime. But when we have private space stations, it's going to be different. But if we use that code of conduct as a model, then we're going to look to what do we want it to do? What do we need to do that's different from that model? Well, we want to affirm the basic rights of all spacefarers and make them equal under the law. We don't want like a hierarchy of tourists are more important than laborers, or the managers more important than the tourists. We don't want that. We want to eliminate the uncertainty for both private companies and governments regarding responsibility and liability. We don't want somebody who's literally crying over spilt milk, suing 15 different countries and saying, your national did this to me in that a module, whatever. You were the launching state, so you're liable. We want to guide disputes into the same or similar venues so that a uniform body of jurisprudence may develop in respect of outer space liabilities. Yeah, we really do want a space court. And we see a lot of, space arbitration boards. We see a lot of people talking about creating, I think UAE has a space arbitration tribunal that they're trying to set up. I think it ought to actually really be in space. I think that if you are litigating something that happened in space, I honestly couldn't do it because I have no experience of space, right? I have no idea what it means, what it even looks like if you spill milk on station. So we really need, ultimately, I would love to see a little area, set aside where these disputes can actually, because space is a place, it's no longer just a realm of law and state activities. It is a place. And finally, we want to implement a code of conduct, which acknowledges that human behavior in space must take into account the realities of the environment and be harmonized to assure safety and security. And so that's what we want to see. That's the foundation we want. So I actually created terms and provisions governing space station operation, including the rights and obligations of spacefarers. It's a model drafted on the code of conduct. I'm going to share my slides, so these will be available to everybody, but I will go through them quickly just to give you an idea, but very quickly because I'm a lawyer, so they got pretty specific. But so, you have your preamble, and it's interesting as I was just having a conversation with somebody on LinkedIn. Funny how like my conversations are virtual, and but the preamble of the Outer Space Treaty is the part that says, the peaceful uses of outer space. It doesn't actually, the operative provisions of the Outer Space Treaty actually don't say that space should be used exclusively for peaceful purposes. It says the moon and other celestial bodies shall be used exclusively for peaceful purposes. So why do we even have a preamble? Why do we care? Because when we interpret something, we are going to use that preamble to sort of guide that interpretation. And so in the Outer Space Treaty, the preamble talks about the interest of humankind in peaceful uses of space. And so we're going to interpret the Outer Space Treaty to mean we really do want peaceful uses. But here in my Rights of Spacefarers, we're going to recognize that the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world and outer space. So this is taken from the UN Declaration of Human Rights. So what I tried to do is really create something that people have already agreed to. I mean, this is nothing, this isn't something out there, wow, off the deep end crazy. These are things we already agree on. Confirm that human beings in outer space shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief and freedom from fear and want. And that's a high aspiration of the common people. And then reaffirming fundamental human rights in the dignity and worth of the human person and the equal rights of men and women. We're going to recognize the imperatives of community safety and individual survival. Okay, this is not something we see in the Declaration of Human Rights. This is taken from the ISS Code of Conduct, because you are living on, in a metal machine with very little barriers between you and the harshest elements, known to humankind right now. You have to think about community safety. You can't be allowed to do things on the just because. And then recognize that in order to achieve these ends, there must be established a clear chain of command, as well as a clear relationship between ground and on-orbit management. Somebody's got to be in charge. And tourists and everyone has to recognize that. We need a decision maker, and we can't pretend that we're going to be like one big happy community and make a lot of decisions by consensus, because we know consensus is really great, but it took the COPAWIS 25 years to reach consensus on remote sensing guidelines. If it's just sort of like, well, we have this oxygen, how are we going to share it? You're not going to have 25 years to make that decision. Well, we have some basic definitions. A space station shall mean an object or collection of objects, intentional long duration Earth orbit, at least in part habitable. You have the operator, the person who is actually using and managing. And then spacefarer, there's been a lot of talk recently with our tourist astronauts. Are they astronauts? Do they merit return and rescue? That's the biggest issue with respect to what we identify as an astronaut, because under the Outer Space Treaty and the Return and Rescue Agreement, if you're an astronaut or a personnel of spacecraft, then there is an obligation to rescue you and keep you safe. And so spacefarers should have that same status. They should be recognized as astronauts and personnel of spacecraft under the Outer Space Treaty, because why would we have two classes of people? And if we are concerned that, oh, this is going to cost the taxpayer a lot of money, then we need to talk about amending or understanding or reinterpreting the Outer Space Treaty differently and what it means to rescue and return. So one class of people in space, all humans, all astronauts, or all personnel of spacecraft, all have the same rights under the Outer Space Treaty. So then I'm going to sort of wrap up, because I think the discussion is much more fun than listening to me blather on. But just going through this draft code of conduct talks about human rights. It talks about how the space station operator will work with the state and take responsibility and agree that if something happens, it will take all responsibility and liability off of the state and take it on as itself, as its own entity. We know we can do that under the Liability Convention because we already do it for the intergovernmental agreement. We can't say we're not liable, but we can say hey, I will take that liability from that state. And if everybody agrees, then that's fine. And then so we have that responsibility. And we understand that they are not national activities. The space operator is going to be responsible, not the state. And then just talking about recognizing, again, we don't want the government involved when we spill milk on a private space station, and we need to recognize that. Standards of conduct, rules and regulations, again, a lot just straight from the station agreement. You have a flight director. We talk about what decisions are made on the ground and what decisions are made in space. And this, you have a station commander that is not, again, think about cruise ships. It's really what we're talking about. We're just in a much harsher environment. And going through so forth and so on. And so what is the vision for implementation? I think it's up to the commercial industry. We don't want the government handing this down to us, right? We want to be able to sort of organically grow our understanding of what it's going to be like and what kind of regulation and support we need to live in space. And so my thought is that every single company that is building a space station should sit down at a table and agree to a code of conduct that's included in their contracts with their tourists. And so these fundamental concepts become ingrained in contract law, which then forms the basis of future law for all humanity. So if every space tourist and every space operator signs a contract that says, yeah, we agree you have human rights in space, and we agree you have a right to oxygen, then that becomes customary international law, and that becomes the foundation we want for all of humanity in space. And so I call upon the commercial space industry. I mean, anybody that takes a tourist even close to space ought to have these kinds of concepts implanted in their contracts to show, okay, we commercial space industry, we know we are on the cusp of something really huge. We liken it to Christopher Columbus, right? This is like our time to completely change our view of the universe, completely change the trajectory of humanity. And let's do it responsibly, and let's agree that we're going to work together. And I don't understand why, an Axiom Space or a Blue Origin wouldn't want to include this with respect to any of the people that works for them or any of their clients. And so I'll just close with the reminder of that first slide I said, because this is an imperative. This is going to be one of the most monumentally delicate, difficult, long-term projects ever undertaken by human civilization, and a poor beginning will seriously threaten its achievement. And that's why we really need to think about creating an AstroLaw, and the basis of it, the time is ripe to do it with respect to space stations. Thank you.
So interesting. So interesting. Thanks a lot, Professor.
Yeah.
So much to jump into. Before we do, you said that you would share that paper,
Yes.
paper or the slides?
I'll share the slides.
Okay, cool.
I can share a link to, I have a paper that I've done as well. I'll share a link to that.
Great, appreciate that. Fabio will post it for everybody listening. Fabio will post it to the speaker profile page in just a few minutes. So as soon as you do it, it doesn't have to be like right now, but as soon as we'll get posted quickly. The other thing is, this is the kind of topic that we want to encourage on our Discord channel, right? So we've got a channel just really dedicated to the idea of building space stations. So I'm going to post the Discord channel here, and we'll post it out to the rest of the world here in a moment. But I'm gonna throw a proposal your direction, right? So we're tracking, Lift for It, Better Futures. We're tracking 11 space station projects, right? So two are the obvious ones that we know, the governmental ones, Heavenly Palace and ISS. Two are the developing Gateway and the so far not much more than a piece of paper plan that China's put together about a 1 kilometer station that's a design idea. It's not a real station yet, but given China, I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt there, and so that's 4, right? And then we're tracking 5 companies that are north of $50 to $400 million in their checking account. So Axiom and Orbital Reef and Northrop Grumman and Nanorax being the biggest ones. And then there's 2 more that I would call them aspirational. They have 2 million in the bank, 16 million in the bank. So there are real organizations. Now, certainly if you only have 2 million in the bank, you don't even have enough to build a good blueprint, let alone construct anything, right? So they're aspirational. But what if we collectively hosted a meeting amongst these participants, these organizations, and said, here's the thing, right? This is a starting point, and maybe you don't agree with it, but you got to start with something. So here's something to start with. Maybe that could be a joint NSS thing, or a For All Mankind, or a Ole Miss thing. I don't care how I don't care what like label you put it under, but I think that would be something really worth doing, right? So if we're really going to talk about moving humanity out into space en masse, lots of space stations is that necessary first step. So maybe we jointly host a symposium of some kind. So that's just me brainstorming here in public. So we can have that conversation later. I don't want to put you on the spot over anything.
I mean, I'm in.
Yeah, okay, good. All right,
you know me.
All right, I'll talk to you next week. We'll make it happen. Good. So look. The way that we look at space law, no, I'm going to back up. The way that we look at law in the first place in America is it tends to be adversarial, right? I did something to you, you did something to me. We're going to bring our lawyers in and duke it out, right? It's terrible, but that's our world. You use some of your template you pull some of your template from the International Space Station Agreement. So that is a treaty level, I believe, State Department document in the United States, and that's talking to other partner organizations. So I'm going to ask you in a somewhat challenging way, why use that in the first place? If you're trying to get away from nations being the directors of our future in space and trying to move it to a more corporate, I'm going to assume McDonald's because I spelled coffee on myself, way of looking at the problem, instead of I'm going to sue America and McDonald's for spilling coffee on myself, right? Why would you use the ISS treaty as your starting point?
So I absolutely agree. What is interesting about the treaty is the code of conduct itself is a U.S. federal regulation, okay. And the agreement just says that any other individual who is going to station has to agree to this code of conduct. And so while it is still sort of implicated by the state, the U.S. created it. The code is in the 14th, so it's created by the FAA, really looking at, and the code looks at basically protocols if something goes wrong. Who is in charge? Okay. What do we do if something goes wrong? When do we have to defer to the ground station? When can we do something on our own? And that's why I use that as the model, because what I don't know is how to manage life on a space station. And I think the people who developed this code of conduct were people who had been to space, or actually, were people who talked to people who had been to space and talked about what kinds of things we need to worry about. Fundamentally, that code of conduct, and there's I have the CFR, I put my paper up in the chat, and I don't know if I can do the PowerPoint, let me see, but that code of federal regulations is, again, just that structure that we need. And when we talk about, it's a really great point. You're right. I'm using the UN Declaration of Human Rights, which is something that's created, sort of promulgated by a state. But also I'm going to turn it back around on you. Like the code of federal regulations really are sort of created by the state. But law is created by humans, and states are created by humans. And so when we look, everyone sort of gets mad at the UN when they don't act, or when they, but we are the UN. And I know there's a lot of different politics involved, and that we're getting political factions. But one of the things I learned when I formed For All Mankind was, we have a voice. We became a permanent observer within the first year of our existence. You can get to the United. Yes, it's expensive, and yes, it takes a lot of perseverance and dogged determination to, keep going there and finally be heard. But these are bodies that are built for humans, and it's too easy for humans to say, oh my God, the UN in New York, I'm not going to go. I mean, how many people actually go to their senator and say, I have a problem? We don't, and I was talking to some students the other day about orbital debris. And I get a lot of students who don't really know, like space law, because I teach my classes at night because most of my students are professionals, right? Who have day jobs. But then I'll get the JD students who just need that 3 more credits to graduate. Poor things. You should see their faces sometimes. So I was talking about orbital debris and, the Kessler syndrome. We are in Kessler. We really need to clean it up. And I had a student raise his hand. He's like, ma'am, all due respect, but why are you even teaching this course if we're not going to be able to access space in 30 years?
Right.
Yeah. And I said, because it's your job, you have to have a voice. I say, the only reason we're not cleaning up orbital debris is because there aren't people like us walking around the White House with placards that say, clean our orbit now, right? That's what we need you need to get the taxpayers concerned about the issue, and taxpayers writing to their Congress people to say, anyway, how did I get all the way there?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's a good point. But I think, if we wanted to say, there are all sorts of models out there on how to protect human rights, on what contracts should say with respect to that. I mean, we could look at airline contracts, but honestly though, cruise companies and airline, they don't do a lot. I mean, if you're in an airline accident, it's very hard to recover anything, so we want to give people a little bit more, and that tends to be coming down from a state level of governance. But again, the fact that you feel like it's a state saying something, and it's we are wanting to circumvent the state, but some of the stuff that's coming out of the states, which is us, is actually worth preserving and putting into those documents.
Okay. So when we hold this symposium, we're gonna look at the perspective of states versus. No, I don't want to say versus, because that kind of automatically implies it's a argumentative, combative environment. But maybe there's a way to cohabitate the commercial sector plus the civil sector, and maybe both of them have a voice at the table. That's kind of what I'm thinking. If I always break this thing down into kind of 4 big actor sectors, right? So the academic sector, folks like you thinking about these hard, difficult problems. The civil sector, NASA, ESA, JAXA, everybody at the governmental programs level. defense that hasn't had much of a voice up until recently, but now is getting a much larger voice. And then the commercial sector that started way behind everybody else and is now coming so fast, it's probably going to eclipse everybody else. So, maybe we're talking about, how do we have all four of these voices at the table to come up with best practices? I think there are some airlines bills of rights that individuals have. Maybe the right to oxygen might be at the top. Thermally controlled atmosphere, breathable atmosphere might be at the very, very top of the Bill of Rights. And maybe you don't have to, sue the United States if you spill coffee, right? So that might be in there too. I know this wasn't on your slides, but I'm really curious. I have a hunch that you have something to say. Artemis Accords, we've now got 18 signatories to it. Yay, right? Exactly. I had a hunch you had something to say about that. So not to throw you way off your game or anything, but if you could, a lot of people in our audience are not aware of what the Artemis Accords are. Oh, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. You just posted that. A lot of people are not aware of the Artemis Accords. And so give us a primer on that. And then where are we? If you don't mind. I know that's kind of off topic a little bit, but I think it's super relevant.
And I love talking about the Artemis Accords, but I do want to just step back one moment because actually, when you talk about bringing different parties to the table, one way to institute this code of conduct is to make them a requirement under federal regulations. I don't want to see that. I would much rather see this coming up from the commercial industry instead of having the government put it in. But in the space tourism provisions of the Code of Federal Regulations, they do require that space tourists have access to breathable atmosphere. Yeah. Which is
okay, good.
Which is a start, I guess. I mean, it was funny, just counterintuitively, like, wow, you actually put in the federal regulations that you're going to treat your clients, keep them alive. But okay. So the Artemis Accords. I talked a little bit about all of the gaps in the Outer Space Treaty, and the largest among, when we talk about the Outer Space Treaty, the fundamental precept is that everybody has access to space. Space is free for exploration and use by all, period. That's a really broad principle. And so there are very few parts of the Outer Space Treaty that actually narrow that down. And so we know international law applies. We know that states can't claim territory. And we know that you can't put nuclear weapons or WD into orbit, and that you have to use celestial bodies for peaceful purposes only. Nothing else stops you from doing anything you want in space. And you have access to everywhere on a celestial body. It says they're right in the Outer Space Treaty. So what does that mean for a mining operation? If you set up some very delicate hardware to mine something on the moon, you have no right to stop somebody from coming over and saying, oh, wow, cool. You've got all this regolith up already. Yeah, I'll take it. So the only concept we have within the Outer Space Treaty is the concept of due regard. And so right now, our generation's job is to figure out what due regard means and how we're going to implement due regard in space. And in many ways, the Artemis Accords are that first step. So the Artemis Accords are not a binding treaty. They are principles governing what will later be binding treaties, probably bilaterally. They were also sort of formed with the ISS intergovernmental agreement as the backdrop. Like, how are we going to work together on the moon? And so the main critique of the Artemis Accords is that it feels like the US is acting unilaterally and bringing along people who want to work with the US, like the US saying, hey, if you want to play with us, you got to play by our rules. What people miss is that it was actually negotiated with the eight original states. So it wasn't the US acting alone. And then and then we're seeing more and more people come along. Primarily, the Artemis Accords reconfirm all of the obligations under the Outer Space Treaty. It reconfirms that peaceful uses, transparency, and then it adds stuff to fill in the blanks. And so one of the provisions that it adds is standardization. if we're going to work together, we want all of our bolts to be the same size. We want all of our oxygen hoses to be able to fit each other's oxygen hoses. Think about scuba diving, right? We have this standard way to fit onto the scuba tank. And then the next provision is the resource mining, the resource utilization provision, section 10, which says basically what the US Asteroid Act says. We believe that it is not a violation of the Outer Space Treaty to be able to extract resources and use them as we see fit. That means we can use them to build habitats, we can use them to fuel things and sell it. And 18 nations that agree that that is how to interpret Article 2. And then Section 11 starts talking about safety zones, and they call them safety zones. And I know Mike Gold and Gabriel are a little bit, unhappy with the name, because it's not a protective zone. They call it a notification and consultation zone. So we're not saying, hey, this is mine, don't come near, the way I want to have around lunar landing sites, right? I want protective zones around lunar landing sites. The Artemis Accords say these are notification zones. If you're going to come within a certain radius of what I'm doing, please consult with me, and we'll talk about how to do that. And then, and so that's how the Artemis Accords are trying to fill those gaps. And of course, Section 9 of the Artemis Accords, first multilateral agreement or principles ever that actually recognize that we have human history in outer space. Section 9 says that we will work, doesn't say how, doesn't say which sites are, it just says we have stuff up there that ought to be protected. And so we are going to protect it. As you said, now 18 nations have signed on to the Artemis Accords, Singapore on Monday. And what is really, really interesting about it, and the media made a big deal of the fact that shortly after the Artemis Accords were announced, China and Russia announced that they were going to have a joint lunar base, right? And big competition. Well, that lunar announcement was in the works well before Artemis was announced. So they really, that was coincidental. And when you look at that, the Artemis Accords are guidelines and principles that Russia-China lunar base is a base. I mean, it doesn't talk about, they didn't announce any guidelines and principles. They just said, we're going to build a base together. Mm-hmm. They have other than the head of Roscosmos, who I think has very little credibility at this point. Other than is his name Dimitri? I don't even know. But other than him, nobody from Russia or China has said the Artemis Accords are wrong.
Right. Nobody
has said, oh, you got it wrong, United States. There are people who are a little worried about the interpretation of Article 2. People still are upset because the United States doesn't consider space a global commons, which the United States has never considered space a global commons, and nobody should be surprised that we state that outright. But China in last August, and I keep meaning to look this up, but China made a statement under interpretation, and the interpreter said, this is China speaking. We understand that there are these Artemis Accords. We're not a party to them yet. And so I don't know if that was the interpreter put the yet on, or if that's actually what China said. But nobody has actually said, hey, your Artemis Accords are wrong, right? They're not wrong. They can't be. And so there's not a competition with respect to the guidelines and principles or that interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty. And so the Artemis Accords are really just an effort by the United States to poke the bear, if you will. We need to make these decisions. UN, you're not working fast enough, so we're going to do this. And actually it worked, because now the United Nations has a working group that's looking on the utilization of space resources. So that's the Artemis Accords in a nutshell.
I love it. I'm going to take 10 seconds and just point to a slide. This is all the activity that is funded heading towards the moon before this decade is out. Funded. These are funded programs. Neither China nor Russia are even on this page. So just for clarity for where the world actually is, the Artemis Accords are real because the world is going to the moon in a really big way. So I've been really astounded by just the level of activity there. So we got to wrap up to our next speaker here in just a moment. Throw a plug in for Ole Miss and for All Mankind for a moment, because I think they deserve a little bit of screen time too.
So I will throw up, I'm teaching a course this summer called Astropolitica, which looks at the geopolitics of space. That course is open to everybody. You don't have to be a student. It's $3,000. It's really intense, but really, really fun. And so if you have any interest in this stuff, I will say at last summer, I had about 30 students and about 8 of them ended up coming into the program because, you know, it's fascinating and it's really fun and you can do it online and you can do it after hours. And so I really encourage you to look into that because one of the things, the best thing about that class are the students. And even though it is considered asynchronous, you know, I record everything so you won't miss anything. It's the discussions with the students that is the most fascinating. And all the students are mid to late level professionals. I mean, I think the median age of the students is about 40. And so it just brings so much experience and wealth of knowledge into the classroom. It's really, really fun. And I get challenged all the time. So look into Ole Miss. We have an LLM program. We have a graduate certificate program, and you get to talk about stuff like I talked about all day long. So it's really fun. And for All Mankind,
and one of my favorite interns is now one of your students. So
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah. So, and then, you know, for All Mankind, we actually, I don't know if you know this, you know, we were challenged by the Chinese government at the UN because we had our donor page drop down had Taiwan, Republic of China. It didn't say, Taiwan, province of China. And so they blocked our bid to become a registered NGO with the UN stuff.
Wow, interesting.
So we had to take down our donor page. But if you want to donate, we are entirely volunteer. Not one of us earns a penny. Every single penny goes to support our effort to negotiate a treaty to protect heritage in outer space. Just yesterday, I get my days mixed up. Wednesday morning, I urged the United Nations to create temporary protective heritage sites zones because that slide you just showed me, we are going back and let's just pick 5 sites that we want to protect. And much like the talk I gave today about creating that foundation for human rights in space, you know, let's create that foundation for safety zones on the moon. Because we can all agree to protect certain sites and that will form the basis. That would be the most protective possible. And then we can talk about what other zones will look like.
Absolutely. So exciting to have you talk. Thank you very much. Could you make sure all right. So Laura, thanks a lot, Laura, for posting the For All Mankind link. We're all a big fan of that. I'm going to shift over to Laura. Thanks a lot, Professor. We'll talk again next week about a symposium. Okay?
Yes. Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Hi, Laura. Bye. Thanks for the plugs. Laura's on my advisory council. So
she's on everybody's advisory council.
Yeah.
She's on Dallas's advisory council, who's up next. So that wasn't planned, but it's because y'all are all amazing people. So
awesome.
Great to have you.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, Laura. Hang on just one second. Let me read your bio here. I'm a little bit more organized than I was last time, so I'm happy about that. Laura Forczyk is the owner of space consulting firm AstroLaw, specializing in space science, industry, and policy, offering space career coaching services and publishing industry reports. She is the author of Rise of the Space Millennials, which I had on my desk here a minute ago, and now it's not, so I'll show that in a minute. I just got it. She runs the private online community, Becoming Off-Worldly Together. She is the VP of Research and Analytics for Beyond Earth Institute. She serves as a mentor for the Brooke Owens Fellowship Program. She is a NASA subject matter expert for astrophysics and planetary science missions. And as we just learned, she is an advisor to For All Mankind. And she's also an advisor for our next speaker, Dallas Bienhoff's Cislunar development company. So let me bring you in. I'm so happy to see you. How you doing?
Doing great. And this is my second book, actually. So Rise of Space Age is my first. This one, Becoming Off-Worldly, is my second. So that's the one I signed for you, Michael.
Please put a plug in. I'll while you're talking, I'll go to Amazon and get a link. All right.
Thanks so much.
All
so
right.
Space stations, right? One of my favorite topics to talk about. And there's always so much going on with geopolitics, which is, I think, where I'm going to start today.
Okay.
I don't know where F5 is on my keyboard right now. So just that. And so I wanted to just bring up really fast to remind people or to let people know in case you don't know. Share. Space station. So there are 4 concepts right now that are currently funded by NASA. There are more than 4 concepts out there, but I'm going to just simplify it and talk about the ones that are funded by NASA right now. Axiom Space was the first because it is going to attach to the International Space Station first and then break off and become a free-flying space station. And they are also ahead in terms of hardware. And you might have heard their name because they're coming up really soon in how many days now? T-minus, I forget, a few days until Wednesday, April 6th. They're going to be launching their first private astronaut mission, PAM, to the International Space Station. I'm really excited to go to Florida to see that. And so they have quite the head start on activities with human space flight. Okay, there we go. Orbital Reef. So this is a partnership between Blue Origin, Sierra Space, and several other organizations and universities to create a space station. This one is the next 3 I'm going to talk about are free flying space stations. So they will not first attach to the International Space Station. They are designed to be free flying stations from the start. By the way, the name that NASA goes by is commercial LEO destinations. So that is what NASA calls it in budget and when they talk about it professionally. And there are different award names. I'm not going to go over those, but just wanted to briefly go over these concepts. You can see the inflatable modules here, as well as some ports to connect space vehicles, visiting space vehicles. Starlab is by NanoRacks and Voyager Space, which is a parent company of NanoRacks. And NanoRacks should be familiar to you all because they do have a head start also in terms of operations on the International Space Station, not human operations, but payloads. They have been operating on space station for, I don't know how many years, at least a decade, I think. I'm not really sure. And so they have quite the experience with commercial space stations. They just put up the Bishop airlock a few months back. And so they want to launch Starlab all in one go, I believe is the plan. And they are partnered also with Lockheed Martin. I should have mentioned that too. And then Northrop Grumman, prime contractor, has a load of experience in aerospace. I don't know the name of their space station. We only know a few details about it, but they have, quite a bit of experience with operating spacecraft, operating launch vehicles, operating space hardware. So all of these organizations and companies that are involved in these commercial space station, commercial LEO destinations are very well versed in the space environment. And I should mention that at least 2 of them are contracting out to Tuscalania, which is in Italy, for pressurized space modules. So even if I haven't mentioned the names, there might be a subcontractor out there that is also well-versed in space habitats. Where I wanted to go is talk about the geopolitics a little bit, because that is such in flux right now. So one thing I wanted to talk about, I'm going to go back to my first screen, which I skipped because it's the International Space Station, if it'll load. I don't know if you can see it. Nope. Technical difficulties always. So I wanted to talk about the budget requests. So NASA, I don't know why it's not loading. Anyway, I might just stop sharing.
I've got your photos. I don't have your
That's okay. I'm going to stop sharing screen. It's not important.
Okay, okay.
Anyway, I wanted to talk about the budget. So talking about commercial LEO destinations for several years now, NASA has been trying to commercialize the space station. So NASA has been trying to get Congress essentially to understand that they need to put a little bit more money into making commercial LEO destinations affordable, sustainable, for the commercial market. And so what that means is NASA needs money to go elsewhere. Ever since the Artemis program and before the Artemis program even, NASA has been wanting to go beyond, right? Beyond LEO, back to the moon, onto Mars. That's been the long-term plan for decades, right? And so now that ISS is getting quite old, it is over 20 years old now, there's got to be an end-of-life plan. And so NASA's been thinking ahead and thinking, okay, we don't want to build another government space station in orbit. We want the commercial industry to do that. And so we're going to start out trying to build a commercial market, an ecosystem for companies on the space station, operating on the space station, and then see where companies go from there. And so NASA for several years now has been funding these commercial projects or giving money to ISS National Lab CASIS, which then funds commercial projects, or in some other way, trying to get commercialization of space station, which has come across as partially successful, I would say. There's a lot of work to be done, but I wouldn't say that it is a complete failure. They actually have brought about, NanoRacks is one I just mentioned, the private astronaut missions. There's more than Axiom that wants to do them. Axiom was approved to do the first 2. They have 4 total planned for ISS, but there are other proposals that are in place for private astronaut missions. And then there's some criticism. So for example, Estee Lauder last year, was it? I don't remember years, wanted to put up a product placement essentially under the guise of like some kind of experiment on the space station. And I used to work at ISS National Lab, so I completely understand how this worked. I was on the science side. So my job was to look at the science of the proposal, look at the technology development, to understand whether or not it was worthy of funding, worthy of transportation to the ISS, worthy of ISS time and energy and bandwidth and all the other things that are limited on the ISS. So when I talk about time, I talk about astronaut time, comms time, that kind of thing. And everything that gets sent up to ISS needs to be evaluated that way. But at the same time, there's flashiness in space. I think advertisers have long been understanding of this, and it's not a new concept. Pizza Hut on Mir, I think it was, right? Like this has been happening for quite some time, where companies realize that space is really cool and you can do unique things in the space environment, whether it's outside a pressurized environment, looking at the darkness of the sky or the earth below, or whether it is floating around inside the cabin with astronauts, whatever it is. So a member of Congress actually criticized NASA for funding or for allowing this Estee Lauder project, which I can see both ways, because ISS was originally meant to be a national lab, a science. I mean, it's geopolitics. Yes, it's meant to be something for uniting countries and etc. But it is primarily a science vessel, whereas these commercial space stations can be many things. And so NASA has run across boundaries that it doesn't dare cross. For example, filming a movie. Roscosmos did that last year. Roscosmos being the Russian space agency. They sent up a film director and an actress, largely subsidized by the Russian government, to film a scene or several scenes from the movie up on space station. NASA would not dare do that. So there's boundaries that NASA comes across. In fact, Russia was quick to send up tourists, if you want to call them tourists, private astronauts is the term I prefer. So we had Space Adventures funding 7 private astronauts on 8 missions through Roscosmos, because they were more open to getting that money from private individuals than NASA was. NASA didn't approve private astronaut missions until last year. And in fact, the very first one is going to be launching very soon. They haven't even had one yet. Another area is like EVAs, private EVAs. NASA says no, Russia says yes. I mean, there's all these areas where NASA says no, that we are already seeing commercial industry. For example, the Polaris Dawn mission, which is going to be launching on a SpaceX Falcon 9 with 4 private individuals. They are going to do the first private EVA. And so where NASA says no, private industry can go further, because NASA has those boundaries put in place by government, by reputation, maybe is how you put that. NASA has a certain reputation to uphold. And it has to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. So is, helping marketing for a private company or helping an individual go take a spacewalk good use of taxpayer dollars? Probably not. But commercial industry can open up from there. So long-winded story to say that NASA has been pushing for a small budget line of about $100 million for the past few years to fund these commercial space stations because they know that ISS is going to retire soon. The date that's officially in place right now is 2024. There is widespread agreement among the White House and Congress, especially the Senate, to extend that to 2030. Which is sort of surprising to some people because back in the day, no one thought that space station would go to 2030. They thought maybe 2028 at the most, but now NASA wants to push it to 2030. Roscosmos is the big question mark here because for several years, Roscosmos has been threatening, especially Dmitry Rogozin, who's the head of Roscosmos, has been threatening to end the ISS program 2024, 2025, and now tomorrow, there is going to be an announcement about the future of the ISS partnership by Dmitry Rogozin. And considering how he is quite pro-war right now, I don't know where that's going to go. I'm of two minds of this. I was just thinking about this before this talk, where on the one hand, Russia has nothing else to do with its cosmonauts. I mean, they have vague plans for a future Russian space station. They have vague plans for partnership with China, more than vague plans. They have an announced partnership with China for lunar exploration. But, in the meantime, before they send people to the moon, they've got really nothing to do with their cosmonauts. So will they give that up? Will they say, we're going to retire, our partnership with the ISS now and sit and do nothing with their cosmonauts? I don't know. Another thing to consider is national prestige. It is quite a feat. 4 countries in the world so far have been able to send astronauts to space, to orbit, I should say. And so that is by themselves. So that is a question. Is Russia going to temporarily give that up? And they could say that they still have the ability, but they're going to stop doing it voluntarily. I don't know. Another thing is money. So this one also goes 2 ways. One, ISS is an expensive partnership to continue to run. The United States, NASA puts in the majority of the money, but all the partners put in some percentage of the funding that it takes to operate and maintain the International Space Station and to send, Soyuz flights, for example, training of cosmonauts, all of that costs money that Russia does not necessarily have right now. But then they also have that tourism angle where, yes, they've sent private individuals. They sent 4 private individuals last year to space, 2 through Roscosmos and 2 through that filming partnership. And they have plans from shore to send more in the future that they might just have to cut out if they're willing to give up that money from that funding angle. So where is this going to go? We just don't know. I'm looking forward, sort of. I'm also dreading tomorrow's talk by Dmitry Rogozin to see what he happens to do. Where does this relate to commercial space stations? It relates quite a bit because NASA is a government agency. And Congress funds NASA not necessarily based on the science it needs, but on the geopolitics of the moment. And we've seen this ever since the Cold War, ever since the beginning of the space age, where we poured money into NASA to beat the Soviets to the moon, to catch up with them in orbit and then get there first on the moon, and all the other ways that we invest in space hardware and space assets. So it'll be quite the question. So we just had the FY 2023 budget put out by the White House, which has quite an increase actually for commercial LEO destinations. So where we are right now with commercial LEO destinations, after Congress for a couple of years only funded it about 10%, about $10 million per year out of NASA's request of about $100 million. Finally, in FY 2022, the request was 102.6 million, and they enacted 101.1 million. So they finally essentially fully funded that line item. In the 2023 budget request that was just released by the White House, the request for 2023, FY 2023 is $224.3 million for this line item. And that increases every year with a significant increase in like 2027. And, so none of that is going to full out buy commercial space stations. No one expects that. Commercial space station operators, and they're going to need to be subsidizing, in a sense, government here. And you can actually look at it both ways again, where yes, NASA wants to be an anchor partner. NASA wants to be, sending up its astronauts, sending up its payloads, doing X number of experiments per year. And so NASA wants and needs this capability that the commercial space sector is providing. On the other hand, the commercial space sector then intends to make money from these facilities, money with commercial agencies, money with private individuals. I mean, there's just a lot of potential here for the commercial space sector to really expand the operations and the applications of commercial LEO destinations and greenhouses and film studios and mixed martial arts, believe it or not. I mean, there's all kinds of proposals out there. What's going to become reality and what's still science fiction, to be seen. My point is what's going to go on with the budget. So NASA had a press briefing, I believe on Monday, where they were asked specifically by the Houston Chronicle, is this increase in the commercial LEO destinations because of the war in Ukraine, where Russia is making all of these threats to the United States, to other international space station partners? Russia has already backed out of ISS partnership on the IS with Germany. So Germany and Russia were working together on science experiments, and they have broken away from that. So you can expect there to be continued breakaways as well, at least on the science side. Don't know yet about the astronaut side. For example, there's this exchange of seats. So ever since SpaceX has been flying since May 2020, flying NASA astronauts to the International Space Station, NASA has been wanting to restart the partnership of crew exchange, where previously cosmonauts flew on space shuttle, and NASA astronauts flew in Soyuz. And that paused with a crew exchange, and it became a straight up buy when space shuttle retired and NASA needed to buy seats from Soyuz. And so now we have this partnership where NASA is flying still on Soyuz. We just had a NASA astronaut land from Soyuz down to Earth. And finally, Russia announced that they're going to fly one of their cosmonauts through SpaceX. Is that going to continue? Don't know. So we might see more breakaways, but in any case, we know we need to, we being the United States, and we probably being the Western society, need to stop our reliance on Russia when it comes to these things. So is Congress going to increase the budget? And I don't think I continued saying what I was about to say, which is the Houston Chronicle specifically asked NASA whether this budget increase was due to the war that Russia started and all the aggression. And NASA's response was no. Whether or not that's true or not, I'm not going to say. But regardless of that, a budget request by the White House is not the budget. The budget is paid for by Congress. So they are the ones who decide what the actual budget is. So this, increase for commercial LEO destinations proposed by the White House means absolutely nothing if Congress does not fund it. So we're going to have to see now whether Congress says, yeah, we really need to make sure that there's no gap in LEO destination capability, space station, if that ends early or earlier than we intend, because it's not just Russia, right? There could be any number of technical failures that could happen between now and then. Even space debris, right? The space environment is a little bit more dangerous than it used to be in terms of space debris, and that is in the LEO orbit, unfortunately. Any number of reasons why space station could end earlier than 2020. But at the same time, these commercial companies only have planned for space stations operational 2027. All know how timeframes they are. So whether or not these space become operational. So what that means is we're going to have to wait and see what how Congress acts or reacts, I should say. And that's pretty much to leave it. No, I can't tell you what's going to happen, but I'm open to questions. If anyone has any questions about this or anything else having to do with space stations.
It's always a whirlwind hearing you talk, because you basically cover a month's worth of station topics in 30 minutes. Like there's just so much. Like, how can you possibly pick and choose all the interesting stuff? Let's dig into Russia for a minute, right? So for those that don't know, Rogozin, the director of Roscosmos, the Russian program, he's famous for talking about bless you, about needing trampolines to get to space. He said that a while ago, and recently he said we need broomsticks to get to space. And then, days later, SpaceX was like, well, what do you think about our new broomsticks, right? Like, I find that pretty ironic a little bit. Just before you came on screen, I showed a map of a PowerPoint of all of the lunar activity that's planned. It's a crazy roadmap, right? Like, this is the roadmap of what's going to the moon, and Rogozin and his team are not on this thing. So, I wonder, there may be really good reasons for him to pull out of ISS. I did not know he was going to make an announcement tomorrow. I'm definitely curious about that. If you want to come back and give us an update on that tomorrow, you're certainly welcome, because I think that's powerful. Whatever happens, it's going to have implications and ripple effects. So let's talk a bit about the budget. Maybe it's not everybody's most favorite topic, but who's the guy who said without bucks there's no Buck Rogers? Wasn't that a mission director? Was that Krantz?
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, I don't remember who said it, but the phrase is true. Without any bucks, you don't get Buck Rogers. So there's a lot in that budget. Have you spent much time looking at it?
Just a little bit, just the highlights.
Yeah. I did see some stuff in there. It was pretty exciting. Big increases for Space Force, which I know that I think I'm a pretty big advocate for. Surprisingly, they're going to incorporate the Space Development Authority into Space Force as its own separate organization. So I think that's a surprise change. But getting back to space stations, I didn't see a lot out of Redwire and Orbital Reef. Do you have any insight into what's going on over there? Because I haven't seen that much, and it feels like they should be doing something big. But did I miss something, or do you know of anything?
You're talking about the budget, like the reaction to the budget?
Yeah, because I feel like they stand to be big winners there with the budget, because there was like, I don't know, $7.5 billion scheduled for the moon and LEO development, and organizations like Redwire or the collaboration, on Orbital Reef. I feel like they should be big winners for that, but I haven't seen anything. Have you seen anything?
I haven't specifically looked at Redwire. I know that Axiom put out a statement, supporting the budget.
Okay.
I actually haven't seen too many statements supporting the budget or not supporting the budget, just analysis. And it might just be because, again, the White House can propose all they want, but it's Congress that funds it. So it might be behind the scenes that they might be talking to congressional members in key districts or key committees, subcommittees that have more power to say yay or nay to the budget.
Okay. I had asked Professor Greg Autry to speak this weekend specifically on the budget. He is teaching this weekend his space course, and he just couldn't break through to give us an analysis. But I thought that the budget, there's so much in that budget that I thought it was kind of worth breaking down. Again, not everybody's favorite topic, but
I am amused that you said you were excited as you were reading the budget.
I'm a big nerd, and at the end of the day, if we can't pay for this stuff, we're not going anywhere. So my background is in finance. I bore my team with these details pretty often. A year and a half ago, when the New Vision, New Era document came out from the White House, I probably spent 20 hours breaking down like sentence by sentence, line by line, paragraph by paragraph. So some of those things I think are really important. But no, it's not. Let's
leave the audience with something. If you're in the United States, this is your space program, this is your money, right? So it's not just these companies that should be talking to Congress, it's you that need to talk to your elected representatives and tell them, yes, I support NASA's budget, yes, I support commercial LEO destinations, or whatever it is that you have a specific opinion on. Go ahead and call or write to your congressional members, and even you can call and write to any congressional member. It actually doesn't need to be your own. Any US citizen, anybody in the United States has the right, even maybe the obligation, to communicate with your elected representatives and let them know what you support and what you don't support your tax dollars going to.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Laura, as we close down, let's talk about your developing community of astronauts and aspiring astronauts. Let's talk about your community for a minute.
I'm so excited about this. Yeah, we started this about a month ago, Becoming Off-Worldly Together. You can go to becomingoffworldly.com. And so it's an online community. You were one of the founding members, where it's sort of like a dedicated social media. So it's not an organization that you go join. It's like a social media platform that is specifically for us. So it's run by Mighty Networks. So there's even an app. You can go to your phone and download the Mighty Networks app and access it that way. And it's really for people like you and me who are astronaut hopefuls, who want to work together, get to know each other and learn from each other on how to get to space. So we just finished up a 4-week astronaut prep discussion group, and I'm going to be starting another one soon. We're trying to figure out the topic right now. It's either going to be physical prep or mental emotional prep. We also talked about preparing your mission and the legacy, and it's on a weekly schedule too. So we do discussions. I'm going to eventually, as soon as I have time, write blogs based on these discussions. Yesterday's discussion was 4 minutes in microgravity is really short. So, 10-minute total on a Blue Origin New Shepard flight, 4 minutes, that can be really good for some science. Is it enough for private individuals? Is 4 minutes really enough time? Because the reoccurring theme that you hear is 4 minutes is very short. The discussion last week was on actually the Russia ISS partnership. Do we, as the United States or Europe, continue to work with Russia because it is a place of peace and diplomacy, or do we say we can no longer work with Russia because of their aggression? Discuss. And so these are the kinds of things we talk about every week. In addition to the astronaut prep cohort, inspirational quotes, we have guest speakers. We just had our first guest speaker, Mindy Howard of Interspace Training, who's also a member. I'm going to be lining up some more guest speakers hopefully every month, just little discussions to get to know each other. So yeah, if you want to join us, we've got about, I think, 35 members right now. Really great group of people, just getting to know each other and sharing our experiences and learning from each other, supporting each other on our way to the stars.
Cool. I just posted that to the Mars Society channel as well. So it's not just ours, out to the world. So thanks a lot, Laura. Always great seeing you. Looking forward to next month. Really curious what Rogozin has to say. So keep us posted. You're terrific. Thank you.
Love you. Take care.
Right on. All right, we're going to bring on Dallas now. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us. Let me pull up your bio here. I have to find your bio. I've lost it. There we go. All right. Can I get a sound check, Dallas?
How about that, Michael?
Roger. Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Dallas Bienhoff is the founder and space architect of Cislunar Development Company. CSDC is a space transportation and logistics company defining a reusable cislunar transportation architecture for satellites, lunar cargo, and human lunar development missions. Their goal is safe and reliable cislunar space transportation for people and cargo. Dallas retired from the Boeing Company in 2017 as a project manager and space architect for civil and commercial human space missions and systems. Dallas, always terrific seeing you. So happy that you're able to kind of accommodate this shifting schedule. So I appreciate that for sure. Always good having you, whether it's at the Moon Society events or in past Better Futures events. So really, thanks for being here, and take it away. The screen is yours.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Michael. Thanks for asking, even though it was last minute. I mean, you know what? 2 days notice.
Yeah. You're adaptable. I've known that about you for a long time. You're adaptable.
Well,
So.
well, you hit me at the right time because I was just wrapping up 2 proposals that were initially due on March 31st.
Okay.
And they extended the deadline to April 8th. But since they were done, they were submitted. So they were in yesterday. I'm going to try and avoid abbreviations and acronyms.
Okay.
So when I fail, call me out.
Right.
Because not everybody knows our language. Unfortunately, we have a community language that we like to use, and writing proposals, abbreviations, and acronyms come in very handy in limited page space. So I appreciate Michelle Hanlon's comments and talk today. I am a big fan of her and what she's doing with For All Moonkind, and in trying to set up the rules of the road for how individuals and companies operate in space rather than states. So a big shout out to her and her activities. Great stuff. I guess we'll just get right into it and talk about it, our architecture and what it might mean for getting to the moon. And I will try and not talk as fast as Laura, another fan and an advisor to our company, and I appreciate her being there. So let's get into the story. There may be a pause. Share mode.
We're good.
How's that, Michael?
Great. Thank you.
So this is our and Cislunar space reusable transportation architecture. We get rid of those. So there are other architectures and other people talking about how to get to the moon, and this is ours. This is the one I've been working on. I really trace its origins back to the vision for space exploration and my role as a project manager for how to implement the vision at Boeing, and the aftermath of that with Michael Griffin and comments about propellant depots, and if there were one there, we would use it, i.e. that's Michael Griffin talking, but we don't need it, so it'd have to be commercial. And that led into this story. And also a friend, Rand Simberg, who asked me at one time, what would be a common impedance architecture, i.e. resistance or payload architecture from Earth to the moon, which is we should be able to put on the moon what we can launch into space as a cargo, as a payload. So that's kind of the history and generation of this architecture. And so one of the things that Michelle talked about was rules of the road and regulations. But this is our architecture concept in its final state. We have a way to get to orbit for our propellant and our customers, obviously. We have a propellant depot in low Earth orbit that converts water to oxygen and hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen. We have space tugs that are either propulsive only, i.e. they use rockets for all their maneuvers to service customers that may be going to GTO or other destinations around the Earth orbit. We have aero-assisted space tugs that are used to go all the way out to GEO and put a satellite in its operational orbit, and all the way out to L1, Earth Moon L1. That's the gravitational point between the Earth and the Moon where things are fairly stable, not completely, but that point follows the Moon around the Earth. And so it's not really in an Earth orbit, but it's locked in a location. And then we have a Moon shuttle that goes from the propellant depot down to the lunar surface and back. So we chose LOX hydrogen for several reasons as our propellants. Number one, it's the most efficient, i.e. the highest specific impulse propellant that we use today. And number two is there's water on the Moon, and we want to be able to take advantage of it if it's available by a third party. And that will only happen, now, Michael, you talked about this a little bit, that will only happen if it's less expensive to buy it on the Moon than it is to get it down to the Moon from the location in the lunar vicinity, like our Earth Moon L1 depot. And so if you look at what it takes to get from Earth orbit all the way to the Moon, it's about a factor of 3 in propellant use to get from LEO to the lunar vicinity, i.e. if you want to put a kilogram at the Earth Moon L1 depot, it takes 3 kilograms of propellant to get it there in an architecture like this. And if you want to get it down to the Moon, it takes about 2 kilograms. So it's a factor of 6 to get it to the Moon. So if propellant costs $10 a kilogram, $100 a kilogram in low Earth orbit, it's worth 600 kilograms on the Moon. And so if it can't be sold for less than $600 on the Moon, you're not going to buy it on the Moon. You're going to bring it yourself. And so that's kind of the story. In addition to the transportation vehicles and the propellant depots in Earth orbit and the depot, we also have personnel module to carry people from Earth orbit to the Moon and back. And we have water and propellant tankers in space to push from low Earth orbit to the Earth Moon L1 depot. Water for our depot, and then LOX methane for someone like Dynetics and their human landing system. And there the depot would be in the gateway orbit rather than at Earth Moon L1. So we could service the gateway as well. I showed the space station on here and its orbit relative to where our depot is. We would operate above space station, and then we could retrieve payloads that are delivered to low Earth orbit as low as 180 kilometers and take them to their destination. Could be as much as 25 degrees away in inclination if there's no altitude change, or all the way to L1, or all the way to GEO and come back with our space tug. So this is our complete architecture. It's not a quick implementation, and it's not an inexpensive implementation. So looking at the systems we need and elements, i.e. systems are things that operate by themselves, and elements are things that need other things to move them around. One of our elements is an Earth to orbit refueler. These are reusable tankers to orbit. They can deliver water or LOX hydrogen or LOX methane, and they're either launched inside a payload fairing or as a replacement for the payload fairing. So this would be, you would see this on top of a New Glenn or a Vulcan, and then it would carry its payload to our depot. We would offload, and it would return to Earth and be reused. An alternative to this is to use the Starship. And if we need methane, LOX and methane in orbit, then that propellant could go up inside the tanks of the Starship and be offloaded from the tanks. If it's water, then there would be a water tank inside the Starship payload volume. And for our architecture model, we assume basically an 80% use of the payload capacity if we have tanks there that we would bring back. So 80 tons for a Starship launch would be a water load to our depot. How much was that cost? Well, that depends on whether the Starship and Super Heavy launch price is based on cost or if it's based on competitive market forces. Elon talks about a cost of under or around $2 million for propellant. And he's also said $10 million a launch price in the future. That's very well possible. On the other hand, the competition is up around $100 million or more. So is it going to be 10 million or is it going to be 100 million? We don't know. So we look at both cases. The next item in architecture out from Earth is our low Earth orbit propellant depot. We send water up to it. We electrolyze that water. We liquefy those gases, and we store them and use it to refuel our space tugs. And refueling is a broad term that means the transfer of liquids, gases, whether that's propellant to burn, fuel to burn, or oxidizer to support that combustion. And our water capacity is twice our propellant capacity of our space tug. And our propellant capacity is twice what we need for our space tug to go to Earth, Moon, L1 and return. So we're talking on the order of 200 tons of water and 200 tons of LOX hydrogen capacity on the depot. And then if there's LOX methane that we need to transfer for other customers, then that would also be added as well. And that would be twice whatever we could take to our customer's destination. And we've sized this to support monthly missions to Earth, Moon, L1. And that would support quarterly missions to the lunar surface from Earth, Moon, L1. Our propulsive space tugs, these are for low energy missions around Earth and for geosynchronous transfer orbit missions, i.e. we pick up a satellite in low Earth orbit, launch from a small launch vehicle, pick it up and boost it to the transfer orbit out to geosynchronous orbit. It takes a lot less energy than going all the way to geosynchronous. It also means that existing satellite designs would not have to be changed from their current configuration, other than changing from a large launch vehicle that would do that boost to a smaller launch vehicle that would cost less, and therefore we would reduce the price or cost for satellites to get out to or on their way to geosynchronous destinations. And we have 2 design reference missions for our propulsive space tug, 1360 kilograms and 4,000 kilograms. Those numbers are based on, the lower number was based on the former experimental spaceplane program from DARPA and Boeing. That was a 5,000 pound payload to low Earth orbit capacity. And then 4,000 kilograms is kind of the upper limit for the operational mass of today's larger geosynchronous satellites. So we have those 2 space tugs to get there. And then these tugs would be based at and refueled at our low Earth orbit propellant depot. For our aero-assisted space tugs, these have aero brakes on them to support their slowdown as they come back to Earth orbit, low Earth orbit, from higher energy orbits, and use the atmosphere to replace the propulsive, i.e. propellant use in order to lower their orbit altitude. They use LOX hydrogen propulsion, of course, as all of our systems do. And we have 5 design reference missions here, the same as our all-propulsive tug for geosynchronous transfer orbits, the same payload mass for all the way out to geosynchronous orbit, and then 25,000 kilograms to Earth, Moon, L1, because at the time we started this, that's what Delta IV Heavy could put into low Earth orbit. And then a 15,000 kilogram return And that's our current estimate for our personnel module, the mass that it has to carry around trip. So we have to be able to take 25,000 kilograms back, but our aero brake has to be sized to return with 15,000 kilograms at a minimum, so that we can come back with the personnel module. And so the aero brake is sized by our return trip, and our propellant load is sized by that combination. And also, this would be based at our low Earth orbit propellant depot and be refueled there before the missions and be supported there between missions. Our Earth Moon L1 propellant depot, this is a graphic showing it at that L1 point and the moon in perspective. Again, its propellant capacity is driven by the moon shuttle's propellant needs, twice that capacity, and the water capacity equals the propellant capacity. So we have roughly up to 4 times the amount of fluids at the depot than we need to do a mission to the moon. And that's to help us overcome any delays in launch and any delays in getting out to L1, Earth Moon L1 from low Earth orbit. It is sized, i.e. the processing rate is sized to support quarterly missions to the lunar surface. It may include LOX methane storage for human landing system companies like Dynetics. And an alternative or a parallel location is the Gateway orbit, which is where the human landing systems for NASA's Artemis program would be operating from. And they will eventually be reusable, and so they need to be refueled as well. Our moon shuttle, this is the flatbed, the truck, the moving van for all things going to the lunar surface. The payload, whether that's cargo or the personnel module, would sit on top of this lander, the artist concept. And if you haven't noticed the note at the bottom of all these graphics, Brian Burstein created these graphics for CSDC, and I appreciate him doing that. So we have one design reference mission for the moon shuttle, and that is 15,000 kilograms round trip from L1, which means it has a little less capacity from the gateway because the delta V from the gateway to the moon is slightly higher than it is from L1. And it's based and refueled at our Earth Moon L1 propellant depot. We chose Earth Moon L1 as our propellant depot because one can get to any point on the lunar surface at any time for the same delta V. Also, one can leave the moon and go back to L1 at any time for the same delta V without regard for different orbital alignments or inclinations. For instance, the gateway, if you want to go back to the gateway for the least amount of energy, you can do that about every 6.5 days. Any time less than that or off that 6.5 day cycle, it takes more delta V, more propellant. And so it affects the vehicle design based on how much contingency one wants to build into the system. We have to have a way to move water or propellant from low Earth orbit out to our Earth Moon L1 depot or the gateway. And so we have propellant tanks for space transport that are pushed by our Earth Moon L1 space tug. Their gross mass is defined by what the space tug can do. We may also have the same tankers or different tankers to move water or propellant up from the moon to Earth Moon L1 by the moon shuttle, if and when, or when and if, the price on the moon is less than it costs us to get it there ourselves. And it's by a third party. We're not in the moon mining business, we're in the moon transport business. So at a minimum, these would be 25,000 kilograms for the moon for the Earth Moon L1 space tug to move out to our depot there. And, we talked about moving people. So we have to have a personnel module, i.e. where are they going to stay, and the astronauts going to stay, or people, passengers, tourists, scientists, what have you, to go from Earth orbit to the moon. So we have a 6-person personnel module. It is modeled after the personnel module or the station habitat module. So we use their payload racks or their crew quarters racks that go in the express rack standard allocation spaces on the space station. We have a 180 person day capability. That allows 3 days out to L1, 3 days down to the surface, up to 2 weeks on the surface, 3 days back to L1, 3 days back to low Earth orbit, and a couple of days of contingency for 6 people. We have an airlock for extravehicular activities, whether that's in space or on the surface of the moon. And not really depicted here, but we have a ground service logistics module. And that logistics module would have the galley and the hygiene area, the waste management area, and some storage, so that it can be serviced on the ground between missions rather than, what do we do with our waste in space? And so we're trying to think about those as we consider and define our concept of operations. And in the long run, this architecture is expandable. I worked this out with the help of Pete Garrettson, who you've mentioned before, Lieutenant, retired from the Air Force, a very good friend of mine. And so we could have propellant depots in different low Earth orbit inclinations. And with 2 or 3 depots in low Earth orbit, we can service the entire spectrum of orbits from equatorial out to polar. We could have a propellant depot in geosynchronous orbit, whether that's equatorial or not, to receive propellant from the moon or water from the moon. Other folks are talking about an equatorial orbit activity, and so we could have one there and then reach the moon from there. We could have one at the gateway. And so, there could be a growing architecture that services the entire Earth, moon. I just lost the word. Cislunar space. It's right there on my charts. The entire cislunar volume. And the concept can even be pushed out to Mars and be a receiving place for water from Earth, or water from Mars, or water from Mars moons, as opposed to sending liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen out from Earth and worry about boil off or volume to get it out there, and then support landers like the Lockheed Martin reusable ascent vehicle, descent vehicle in their Red Rocks or Mars base concept. So a very adaptable and expansive type architecture concept. Seems like there's, I'm going to talk about what Michelle Hanlon was talking about, codes of conduct. We've incorporated things that she talked about, but others as well. We're cognizant of the debris mitigation requirements, and so we make sure we don't cause any debris inadvertently. We follow the Outer Space Treaty in terms of rescuing people in distress or things in distress if they're within our reach. We embrace the Artemis Accords. Some of those articles don't apply, as in sharing of data that we discover, sharing discoveries or science data, because we're not a science company and we're not doing that exploring, but that would also be true for people working on the moon. The Moon Village Association has principles and practices and we've incorporated those in our plans. There's also this satellite servicing consortium called CONFERS that has defined principles and practices for satellite servicing. And we service our own spacecraft, but we would also be picking up client space objects and moving them to where they want to go. So we embrace those principles and practices. And I'm a member of both the Moon Village Association and the CONFERS organization. And then there's also the International Association for the Advancement of Space Safety, which we also look to as guidance, in addition to the NASA human rating systems, as they put in their human landing system draft requirements to help us define our personnel module requirements so that we can service NASA as one of many customers. So this is all well and good, but one might say, well, what about the elephant in the room? Michael, you talked about a herd of elephants earlier, and this elephant in the room is SpaceX. You know, this is the competing reusable cislunar transportation architecture. The super heavy is not shown here, but that's what it takes to put the Starship into Earth orbit, along with the Starship itself, to put 100 tons or 100 people in Earth orbit. It will take approximately 1,200 tons of propellant in the Starship to get to Earth orbit. That Starship, if it's a lunar Starship, and it goes from Earth orbit to the gateway, it can move or deliver either 340 tons of propellant if it leaves low Earth orbit with a full tank load, or up to 540 tons of cargo if it's filled with propellant and has cargo in the payload bay that is sufficiently dense to fit. A Starship based at the gateway with a full propellant load can land with up to 830 tons of cargo on the lunar surface and return empty. Now, it can obviously do anywhere from 0 to 830, but that is the least efficient leg gateway to the moon for the Starship architecture. In my opinion, the Starship, the space-based Starship, should never leave Earth orbit without a full propellant load, because that propellant that it ends up with at the moon, independent of cargo, supports the landing of the lunar Starship. And so you don't have to send out just a propellant tanker to carry propellant out there. And it takes about, or slightly more than 340 tons of propellant for the Starship to land on the moon and return if there's no cargo in it. So it takes a lot of propellant to get down to the moon and back. And it uses LOX methane, so it can't take full advantage of water ice on the moon. It can only use the water part. So what do you do with all the hydrogen? And so, but according to Elon, this is very inexpensive, i.e. in terms of dollars per kilogram. I agree up to orbit. I agree out to gateway. I don't really agree from gateway down to the surface. It's really oversized for getting down to the surface of the moon, especially as a human landing system for NASA's Artemis program. So, Michael, I've exhausted my slides. I thought I talked slow enough to reach out, but let's go to question mode, if you will.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Let's jump back to the two things that are really near and dear to my heart. A few minutes ago, at the beginning of our talk this morning, I referenced the grand architecture, how we're really, really good at rocketry at this point. We're good at space satellites and communications. And the next critical phase of development is space tugs, maneuver. My friend Pete Gerritsen refers to it in the military. They refer to it as maneuver without regret.
Right.
Right. That every time you reposition a satellite, a big one or a little one, you burn precious, precious fuel, and you have to decide, what's the opportunity cost? Do I take a look at this bombing site in Ukraine, or do I keep my bird flying for an extra 6 months and not deviate my path? Right. So maneuver on orbit is becoming kind of the next big thing. So let's talk about space tugs. Let's drill into that a little bit more. What are you able to do? What are you not able to do? And what's the time frame for that?
Well, I'll start time frame first because it's at least 5 to 7 years out because A, I'm not funded.
Right. Yeah.
We do have a proposal in to the National Science Foundation for one of the, I'll call it a hardware assembly that we need on the depot to make that water to cryo happen.
Okay.
So we won't hear back on that until September timeframe. So we are able to move payloads of any size to many destinations in cislunar space. Without a payload, most of our tugs can reach plus or minus 25-degree inclination from where we start and no altitude change. And depending on the tug itself, we can get all the way out to GEO or L1 with any of our tugs except the all-propulsive one because it doesn't have that much propellant. It's not designed to come back.
Right.
But so we can't go out to L1 or even lunar orbit. We can go anywhere in cislunar space with any of our tugs, aero-assisted tugs, with an appropriately sized payload for the destination.
I want something a little bit more basic than that. Why does this matter? Why does it matter? Like I know why it matters. I'm asking for our audience.
Okay,
but why? Why is this the next big step?
So today, let's look at how we do missions today beyond low Earth orbit. We take a and I'll use the geosynchronous satellites. We take a geosynchronous satellite, and let's say we need 1,000 kilograms to do our job that we want to do once we're out there. Today, we have to add another 1,000 kilograms at least to that satellite to get it launched because we have to put it in orbit. The launch vehicle only puts it on that geosynchronous transfer orbit. And so the satellite has to circularize itself and make a plane change to get it from its launch inclination, 28.5 for Earth for US launch site, down to 0 degrees, and that happens out at GEO. And that roughly doubles the mass of the spacecraft from its operational mass. The launch vehicle has to put it on that geosynchronous transfer orbit. The upper stage of that launch vehicle has to be designed to withstand 3 to 5 to 6 G's gravity levels of launch. And then with a 50% or less propellant load, put it on that transfer orbit. So that stage is very inefficient from a performance standpoint, i.e. inert mass to delivered mass, dry mass to delivered mass. And the launch vehicle then is many times larger than it needs to be. A Atlas V can put up to 20,000 kilograms into low Earth orbit. It can put I think the number is around 7 or 8 to geosynchronous transfer orbit. The satellite is, let's say it's 4,000 kilograms, fully loaded. I'll upsize it. That spacecraft can now be launched on a smaller launch vehicle to low Earth orbit. The launch vehicle is designed to do that job, and that's all the job it does. The space tug is designed to operate in space, so it's lighter. It has a full propellant load for the mission it's designed for. It's only loaded with propellant that's needed for the mission it's going to do. And therefore, it's smaller. It uses less propellant. And if the propellant is cheap enough to get to low Earth orbit, as it could be on Starship, or even our solutions with the reusable propellant carriers, then it's going to be cheaper to get the spacecraft to its destination. And the spacecraft is going to be cheaper because it doesn't need that propellant load to get it in its orbit, because the tug does that. And so that mission will be better done. And then in order to do frequent missions back and forth to the moon, I think reusability has to be key for in space as much as it is for getting that first stage up and the Starship up for the full mission to low Earth orbit. We have to move to reusable systems.
We absolutely do.
Well,
So that's
once a year is not enough to the moon.
no. So that's the key, right? Frankly,
Right.
it's about the dollars.
Right.
It's about a more efficient system.
It is.
It's about, if we deploy technology well, we by default deploy capital well, right? That's really what we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about, multi-$100 billion cislunar ionosphere. Deploying that capital consistently over and over and over again is really important. And we're not doing it now because reusable architecture was not a thing 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago. It wasn't available. So that's a new breakthrough.
But what we've been talking about things like this since before the shuttle flew.
Right. We've been talking about it since the 50s, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
So this is the enablement of that multi-decades plan. Right. Now we're starting to actually be able to build it. And there's business cases for that are closing, because we're used to doing it the big clunky way, and now we can do it the cool new sexy way. Yeah.
And I think there's room in the future for both the Starship architecture and other architectures like ours.
Yep.
In a hub spoke type operation.
Yep.
That you just can't beat the quantity of stuff or propellant that the Starship can move from point A to point B when you can fill the tanks and take full advantage of a full tank load.
Right.
It really falls apart in that leg of the trip where you don't have a customer for your residual propellant at the second point.
Right.
And so I've made this assumption, like others have, that the Starship is a Starship, no matter what role it plays in the getting from Earth to the moon and even to Mars. It may not be. On the other hand, I don't believe that a Starship sized for the lunar mission up to 100 tons can get to orbit on the Super Heavy.
Right.
So, how do you do this?
Yeah, no, their math doesn't.
It's not that their math is wrong. It's that you need to overcome, for the gateway to the lunar surface, the customer has to overcome that huge amount of propellant just to move the Starship back and forth without a payload.
Right.
So,
right. It's not designed for the mission you are that you are proposing. Right.
It's not designed for the gateway to lunar surface mission.
Right.
it works great for the rest of the leg.
Right. Yep.
You know,
Yep.
I mean, I would love to get my water shipped out to the depot on a Starship.
Right. Right. Like let's make the most efficient systems
It
that
would
we
make
can.
sense, and therefore my costs come down, and therefore my price comes down.
Right.
So
Right.
anyway,
So let's jump back to you talk about a hub and spoke system.
right.
Let's talk about my favorite hub, which is L1.
Yep.
Can you pull that slide back up for a second? I just kind of want to like dig into the parts of that one.
I'm assuming you mean the slide that shows the full architecture.
Yes, correct. No, I was the Verstig image of the L1 site first, and then we'll get to the full architecture in a moment.
The first stage.
And then Kevin Russell has a question I'm going to ask in a moment. Kevin, just be patient.
So can you see?
I see you on the front page.
So where do you want to go?
About 6 in, maybe it was 7.
How about that one?
That one.
Oh, okay.
Let's dig into EML1 as a location first.
Right.
Who cares? Why should anybody care about this?
It's between the Earth and the Moon, so you can see both. That's a nice aesthetic. But primarily for me, it's the fact that one can get to any point on the Moon at any time for the same delta V. And more importantly, one can leave the Moon at any time and get to L1 without regard to orbit alignments for your destination. Anything in low Earth orbit, there's a 7-day opportunity. If you don't go right away and to get to an equatorial site, but you have to be in a polar orbit to get down to the poles if you have a station in a polar orbit. And like I said, the gateway orbit is a 6.5 or so day orbit. And so you want to, you can't really leave the Moon except for every 6.5 days,
right,
without increasing the size of your vehicle to overcome the delta V change that you need to get there if it's not in the optimum location. And so it's
delta V is the equation for how much energy it takes to get from point A to point B.
Exactly.
And that's used for everywhere else, everywhere.
Right, right. And I don't say energy because energy brings in the mass of the system, right, you're flying. And that can be a function of the payload you're carrying. So I say delta V because that's a fixed term.
Yep.
And so it's really about operational efficiency in my mind.
So, but I'm going to tell everybody else, the Lagrange point is the gravitational middle between the Earth and the Moon. Right. Everybody thinks of it as a physical point between the Earth and the Moon, but it's actually way closer, 55,000 kilometers versus almost 300,000 kilometers, right?
Yeah,
so a little over.
The number in my mind is 60, but primarily, I mean, back in Apollo days, and any lunar mission, people talked about slowing down on the way to the Moon and then speeding up on the way to the Moon.
Right.
And that hump that one is flying over, basically,
right,
where you stop slowing down and start speeding up, is around the L1 point, i.e., it's where the gravity of the Earth and the Moon balance out. And there are 5 of those around a two-body system.
Yep.
There's the L1, which is the one between the two bodies. There's the L2, which is on the far side of the smaller body at about the same location, but slightly closer distance-wise from the surface. There's L4 and L5, which L5 was prominent in the 70s and 80s for the L5 Society, and for the Stanford Torus, where they were going to put a 10,000 person O'Neill sphere or O'Neill cylinder to build solar power satellites with lunar resources that were shot up from a magnetic drive acceleration system. And then L3 is opposite the Earth in the moon's orbit distance from the Earth. L3 is the less stable, the least stable. L4 and 5 are the most stable, i.e. you don't need much, if any, propellant to keep your location. And L1 and L2 are slightly stable. It takes a few meters per second of delta V to hold your position. And we're really not in L1 as much as in a halo orbit around L1, much like the China spacecraft is in a halo orbit around L2 to support their lander on the far side of the moon.
Right. I love the Earth Moon Lagrange point because that's where
the elevator is.
That's where my elevator goes, right? So the idea of building a giant space station, a giant fuel depot at L1 sure is near and dear to my heart. Yeah. So
and you say giant. This depot has on the order of 500 kilowatts of power generation capacity to electrolyze the water and liquefy the gases and maintain the liquids
temperatures
between missions. So yeah, this is 5 times the power space station and about the same total mass, I guess. Yeah. If every tank is full.
I'm excited about this. I definitely want to see this particular architecture. It's certainly advantageous to my own needs. So I mean, full disclosure, I'm certainly biased towards it.
It becomes, I mean, the depot becomes, I don't want to say obsolete, but it becomes less important if we have an elevator down to the moon. On the other hand, what's the time required to get to the moon from L1 on a space elevator versus a rocket?
So, you know, when we started working on this, and I don't want to take time away from your segment here, but when we started working on this, 11, 12 years ago, we were all about soft landing, easy descent, simple system to get down to the surface of the moon.
Right.
Over time, as NASA and ISRO discovered water on the lunar poles, our destination of the equator became a little less relevant. So that was something we had to factor in. Right. And then more over time, as reusable rocketry and the size of the rocketry enlarged, soft landing on the moon became a little less important because rockets, right? But then as what we realized was that a station attached to the lunar surface becomes stable. It stabilizes because you're literally attached to the moon. So you don't have the refueling problems. You don't have the orbital problems. So the station at the Lagrange point, just in our minds, in our imaginations, just started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Right. And all of this rocketry that's going into the cislunar ionosphere makes the lunar elevator station more and more valuable. So whether it's propellant depots or communications or observation, or you mentioned that you can see both the moon and the front side of the moon and the Earth, it becomes a really interesting site that you can do a lot with.
Well, and you know, a location, to me, locations on the moon, strategic locations on the moon, are the point below L1.
Yep.
The north and south poles.
Yep.
And the east and west limbs.
Yep.
So
we made a presentation to, this is the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force's challenge coin. Yep. We made a presentation to the chief scientist, and he flat told me that we showed him things he had never considered before.
Ah.
So how we described it to him was that the Lagrange point was you from a tactics and strategic perspective, you want to have the high ground, you want to have the hill, right?
Right.
So the Lagrange point is actually the hill, the top of two hills, right?
Yep.
It's the top of the lunar hill and it's the top of the Earth hill, the Terran.
That's
hill.
right. The gravity hills.
And that was, I mean, that, surprisingly, that was new. The way we described it and the things we thought we could do and the value there, it was a good day for me.
It gave them a new perspective.
What's that?
It gave them a new perspective on how
It did. Yeah. Did. It did. Yeah. And Dr. Mosier's become a real fan. I've got to be really careful about, he's not a fan of Liftport, like he can't endorse us as a company, but he's become really interested in the lunar elevator. So
you said there was a question by one.
Yeah, there is. So Kevin's like asking, has the industry put together a proposal to interface with SpaceX craft to lunar delivery and descent, overcoming the oversized lunar configuration? I'm not aware of anything. Are you?
No, I'm not. The only thing I know is that SpaceX is a winner of the demonstration mission for the human landing system.
Right.
And we all assume, based on their pictures and stuff in the proposal timeframe and what NASA released, is that Starship that does the landing is the same Starship that is launched, same design, same capacity Starship that is part of the Super Heavy Starship on the launch pad. So, and recently I've seen graphics that talk about the number of launches for propellant to get out to the moon and also down to the lunar surface for the Starship. So
it's a lot, right? It's like 11 or 12.
Well, it depends, Michael. It depends. The Starship can get out to the moon with propellant inside, leftover propellant if it leaves with full tanks, like I said, about 340 tons, based on the assumptions I've used. It takes a little bit more than that to get back and forth to the surface empty. Mm-hmm. You add 2 astronauts to that, and it's a skosh more, okay? So you need 13 launches, or I'm sorry, I'm going to say 12 launches to get the Starship out to the moon, leaving the Earth with full propellant. 1 to get the Starship up, 12 to get the propellant filled, so that's 13. And then you may need another, you don't have to have 13, but or 12 for propellant. You don't have to fill the next one out to get enough propellant to land in the Starship, but you may need another 3 or 4 to get additional propellant out to the moon to land. So, so it could be close to 20 total Starship heavy launches to support the demonstration mission.
I'm just gonna say it. I mean, on the one hand, a lot of people assume I'm a fanboy of SpaceX. I hereby say that I am not.
Now wait a minute.
Hold on. No. I've been saying this for a while. Like a lot of people, because I'm writing this paper about the singularity, they assume I'm a fanboy. I think there are strengths and weaknesses.
There are.
But 20 launches, 20 flights for a lunar mission, it seems pretty bonkers to me.
But at 10 million a launch, that's only $200 million.
It's still a ridiculously.
At 100 million a launch, it's $2 billion, which is
still cheaper than SLS.
4.1 that the OIG says the Artemis will take, I mean the space SLS Orion will take to get to the gateway. It's a bargain.
I'm not. I just can't commit to the word bargain on this topic. I just can't do it.
Our architecture is not that much cheaper.
Yeah,
it's all based on what it costs to get propellant to orbit. That's the cost, and the price could be as much as 1.5 times that.
Yeah,
because you got to cover your amortization, your operations costs, and a profit.
I feel like maybe it might be a while till folks like you, like Orbit Fab, a couple others, Momentous trying to build out the space tug in, their component. There's other people doing these things.
Right.
You are unique in that you've got a complete end-to-end architecture, whereas those folks are trying to tackle a component of the system.
Right.
I think that's really important to note.
And most of these other tug companies are low thrust, high ISP systems.
Yep.
So they take less propellant, but a lot more time, and they're sized for small payloads. When we started this architecture, 25 tons was an unthinkable payload to land on the moon.
Right.
And now we're tiny of what can be done. But who can afford to put 800 tons on a fully loaded Starship at the gateway to land on the moon in one mission?
Right.
That's billions, maybe tens of billions of dollars for the payload itself to get to the gateway. But that's probably not how it's going to be operated.
That's how Mealing and I kind of stumbled across the phrase Starship Singularity in the first place, because there is just massive overcapacity.
Right.
And who is designing missions like this? Nobody that we know of is designing to the potential capability of this system.
A 100-ton payload.
Yep.
At $10,000 a kilogram is how much?
Yeah.
For the payload?
Right.
A person, one of the 100 people, can probably go to the moon for under $3 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is less than a seat on Starship or Dragon.
Right.
Starliner and Dragon, which is $55 and $90 million.
Well, the folks going up on Axiom are paying $55 million a piece.
Right.
A piece, right? That's a market number, right? That's
because they have to pay for the launch vehicle, which is in the $100+ million.
Right. Right.
And they have to make a profit.
Right. Yeah. No, it's
and they have to pay for the one seat for the operator.
Versus a potential 3 million, maybe 6 years from now, maybe 9 years from now.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the first number, but that's the possibility if the launch price of the Starship Heavy is $10 million.
Yep. All right.
I'm doing a lot of this for the Moon Village Association in terms of their lunar commerce working group, lunar commerce economics working group on the transportation from Earth orbit from Earth to the moon.
I put your the Moon Village Association link in the chat, both here and on the Mars Society chat.
Okay.
Post CSDC's site. Put your links in if you would like to get contact with folks. We do have to switch gears, even though I'm a much less interesting speaker than you are. I want to keep down on schedule here. We're gonna switch gears here for a moment. I didn't introduce myself earlier today. I tend to not introduce myself, but I'm the president of Liftport Group. We're the ones that are working to build the lunar elevator, and then it's my team to put together the Better Futures series. And so for the next couple minutes, I'm gonna talk a bit about our company, what we're doing, our efforts towards accomplishing the lunar elevator infrastructure. And then as soon as I'm done, we'll be bringing in Dr. Niklas Javstrat to to kind of conclude our day. So just bear with me for a moment. Oh my gosh, I just said conclude our day. I'm completely wrong. Rick Tumlinson follows in a little bit. So, okay, so let's talk a little bit about Liftport Group, our company, and the Lunar Space Elevator infrastructure. So, for those that don't know, my own personal history is pretty interesting around this project. I started off as a part of the NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts research team, working with my then business partner, Dr. Brad Edwards. He had the NIAC contract, and we worked for about, I was with him for maybe 15, 18 months or so, 15 months, I guess. And we hosted the first International Space Elevator conference. We were doing some pretty interesting work. I have a lot of robots from those days, from like 2003, 4, 5, 6, and 7 was the first version of Liftport. We went out of business in 2007 as part of the kind of real estate crisis that was happening in 2008. We were one of the earliest casualties of that. We got pretty good at building materials. We never did crack the carbon nanotubes code for ultimately strong materials for the elevator. We worked really, really well at building the mechanical processes of climbing strings. So we built a lot of robots. We had high altitude balloons tethered to the ground with robots climbing back and forth. This robot beside me climbed a mile into the sky. That was pretty tricky. That was a good day. That was a good day for us. And then when we went out of business, we were pretty quiet for a while. While I was off at school at International Space University, I kind of reconsidered the idea of a lunar elevator because one of the reasons we went out of business was we didn't have the technology to build an Earth elevator at the time. So I thought, well, gosh, maybe the lunar system might be a better solution. We kind of officially shifted gears in 2010, 11. We were not a company back then. We were just an ad hoc group of friends still trying to work on this problem. We ran a Kickstarter in 2012 that on the surface looked really successful and in reality was a miserable failure. And then we really restarted the company only in 2017. And we've been in business since 2017 since then. We've been a lot quieter than we used to be. We don't make the headlines the way we used to. And that's probably for the good. But we are making progress. Recently, well, I'll tell you about that in a second. We're still a small company. The first version of Liftport, at one point we had nearly 14 people, full-time staff, part-time staff, volunteers. But it wasn't really a business then because I operated mostly like a philanthropic research group, right? Where I was using my real estate wealth to self-fund primarily. We had some help, but primarily self-fund my team. Fast forward to where we are now, we haven't had the luxury of my real estate wealth because it evaporated more than 15 years ago. So we had to build the business the old-fashioned way, which means earn it. Which is how Better Futures came into being. Almost 2 years ago, we held an event at the request of the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force online through YouTube. And we had nearly 400 attendees to talk about, a really important problem that existed at the Pentagon. And that kind of launched us in a completely different direction, where we started doing online conferences, initially for the Foundation for the Future, and then later for Mooncoin, sorry, I guess I said that wrong. Mars Coin, Moon Society, Chief Scientist of Space Force, International Space University, and the Foundation for the Future. So we did 16 events over a 1.5 year period for various clients as a service. That's what allowed us to kind of get through the COVID days. And then just in the last 3 months, this is now our 3rd event, we're hosting these events for ourselves with our own agenda, our own topics, to help build our lunar elevator. So that's why we're hosting these programs, is to build revenues, to build a team, and to do the work required to build an elevator on the moon. So we're still a long ways away from that lunar elevator, but every event that we host like this, we get a little tiny bit closer. So we have quite a few outreach tools that we're developing. We've got a pretty effective YouTube channel, and I'll post links to this stuff here in a minute. But at the end of the day, driving revenues is what's going to drive our research and development. So that's the gamble that we're taking. I'm pretty confident of the lunar elevator, but this media stuff is new to me, so we'll see how this plays out. But I'm pretty excited about it. We just pulled in a contract a couple days ago that should be quite lucrative for us, so I'm pretty excited about that. We'll be hosting an event in May. The details are not on our website yet, so if you'd like to sign up for our newsletter, you'll learn more about it. We're going to host an event in May focusing on the finance and capitalization of space. For some people, that's a deadly dull topic because we're not talking about, cool hardware. But at the end of the day, if you can't pay for it, you don't get to build the hardware. So the financing models of space have changed pretty dramatically over the last few years. You've seen the developments of special acquisition companies, SPACs, that special purpose acquisition companies. Those have been really successful for some companies, very unsuccessful for others. The Securities and Exchange Commission has recently launched some new rules about SPACs, so we may not see as many of them. Certainly the venture capital companies have been super aggressive over the last 3 years, funding new companies and new ideas. Angel investors, private equity investors are putting capital into this stuff. So we're hosting a meeting May 25th and 26th that's going to focus on the finance and capitalization of space. So super important topic. Doing that well means we're going to run it every quarter going forward. So really excited about a partnership with the Center for Space Commerce and Finance. That candidly looks to be a pretty lucrative contract for us. And that means we're going to be able to start doing some of our some of the research that we want to do, focusing on robotics, focusing on materials. That's really our strength. So you should start seeing that towards the fall, once these events start picking up, and the revenues from those events drive our research and development. Tomorrow I'll talk a little, today mostly was talking about the company. Tomorrow I'll spend more time talking about the actual progress that we've made recently on developing the lunar elevator. The last thing I'll say about the business of our business is that a lot of people don't think we have a business, and given the first version of Liftport as their evidence, that would be true. We haven't really talked, we haven't been in the media, we haven't been very public over the last few years, but our business model has really evolved, right? From a philanthropic research project where I was basically, pulling in revenue from my real estate, turning it back around and spending it on our company's elevator project. Now we had to figure out how to be self-funded. We had to figure out how to have our own longevity. And that became an incubator with a purpose. So we invent things, we ponder and cogitate about things, and we develop intellectual property that then we spin off that intellectual property and turn it into assets that drive revenue, and that drives our research. So it's a self-feeding cycle. And that's, it took a while for that to get going. I wouldn't say it's very lucrative yet, but it's on the path towards being lucrative. And that's pretty exciting. We've got some pretty interesting stuff that's coming online. I'm not going to disclose details just yet, but we are a 25% owner in a joint venture project that looks really exciting. We are having discussions of taking equity positions in 3 different companies over this next year. So that adds to our portfolio. And so finally, it looks like the financial base of this company is starting to stabilize. So with that, I'm going to switch gears and bring in our next speaker. Dr. Javstrat, can you give me a sound check, please?
Yep. Do you hear me?
We can. Yes, thank you.
Good.
And let me pull up your bio, sir. I'm really excited to have you on screen today. I've only just recently met Niklas. He's on the board of the Moon Society, and I've been involved with the Moon Society a lot since last year. We hosted their Lunar Development Conference last July, but I've only just recently met Niklas, and as I said earlier, I don't think you were on the call. Analog sites are near and dear to my heart, so I really wanted to hear more about what you had to say. All right, so let me read your bio here. Dr. Niklas Javstrat is a material mechanics engineer and scientist, a youth publisher and an entrepreneur, a grandfather, and a space visionary. Niklas has just bought, and he told me he bought it 2 weeks ago, an old schoolhouse and intends to repair it and convert it to a moon-based validator focused on manufacturing. So this is really interesting to me because obviously manufacturing is important. I mentioned earlier how I think lunar mining for ice may be in big trouble as an industry, but lunar mining for minerals I think is super important. So Dr. Javstrat, please take it away. The screen is yours.
And then I'll try to share the screen. Let's see if that works. There, I hope you see my screen as well there. Good.
That's a great image, though. I usually get quiet when I turn it over to the speakers. I'll be quiet here in a moment, but I love that image. That's a great image. All right, I'm gonna be quiet now. It's yours.
Thank you. This is intended to be a post-launch image, so to see what a base on the moon can look like when it actually gets to the moon. So, okay, Lapträsk 2022, or how small can a self-sufficient community be living off the moon? I'll start with a bit, well, yeah, there you might recognize some inspiration. I'll start with some background history. I have been engaged in moon colonization since mid-90s. Actually got a NIAC funding in 2000 after failing in 99. They thought I was too few. So then I brought in Orbitech, which some of you might know. And 2009, we thought we had acquired an iron mine that we were going to make into a moon mine validator. And we had Buzz Aldrin was busy, so we brought in his relative, Maria Aldrin, who is, I believe, Buzz Aldrin's great-great-great-grandfather's great-great-great-granddaughter. So she's a generation younger than him. He is obviously Swedish descendant. It should be pronounced Aldrin. And we made footprints in lunar soil, or Japanese regolith simulant, and we started pumping water out of the mine. And that's as far as we got with that. Then the neighbors decided that we were a danger to their heat pumps and blocked it. 13 years later, I have bought this schoolhouse here. So that this is Lapträsk School. Lapträsk is a good place because for a Swede, that means somewhere that doesn't really exist, very tiny, far to the north. And yeah, it is quite remote and it's quite to the north. This is a recent picture. This is my car. And as Michael said, I moved here 2 weeks ago. It is still a lot of snow. And this is pre-launch, so we aren't on the moon yet. So what I want to do is to figure out what can a minimum self-sufficient production system look like. And to me, a self-sufficient production system is very simple. The simplest example is stone axe. And of course, in order to self-produce a stone axe, you need some raw materials. You need stone, you need wood, you need some sinew or something to keep it together with. And then you need somebody to hold the axe while you manufacture it, and the stones, gather the materials. And having somebody gather materials, they need to eat and breathe and drink. So we need some more raw materials and some food, and some other equipment and clothing and heat and protection and so forth. So how do we do that on the moon? We have much less raw materials on the moon. Essentially, we only have stone and dust. So we need a bit more of a production system. And in order to support even a Stone Age civilization, we need a bit more. It is pretty much most of the things we need exist. Kicking in open doors here, obviously, there is plenty of oxygen on the moon. There's plenty of metals, plenty non-metal minerals as well, notably silicon. There is a severe lack of carbon, nitrogen, and hydrogen. And actually in the NIAC study that got funded in 2000, the conclusion was that nitrogen is limiting because the atmosphere will be leaking. And but by using a bit better air tightness than ISS and replacing most nitrogen losses by cheaper gases such as oxygen, I recalculated that and got to the conclusion that you need 1 kilo per person a day of nitrogen-rich polar ice. It's not just water, it's other volatiles as well there. There's probably more knowledge now than when I wrote this slide about exactly how much nitrogen there is. So I'll get back to that. So the minimum self-sufficient production system on the moon, you have much less raw materials, and in order to get the production system, you need to actually bring in the nature and have cultivation going on in-house, so to speak. And you need a lot more tools and chemical equipment in order to extract whatever raw materials you want from the lunar rocks. The guy has a welding torch. That's part of my background. I have been a professor in welding technology. So we could break it down into a kind of a process view where survival is the goal. The goal of a self-sufficient manufacturing process on the moon is to keep the people alive and then have some excess capacity, hopefully. So in order to keep people alive, you need life support, farming and chemical processing to give air, food, water, etc. And in order to get raw materials for the life support, you need mining to get volatiles and metals. And you need tools and equipment, which you get from manufacture. And then I have a box where for processes that I didn't actually fit in the other boxes, call it auxiliary, waste recovery, power, and transportation. So what does this have to do with an abandoned iron mine or a school? Well, my idea is to make a series of demonstration research pieces, with research being rather ambitious, because I think that most of what is needed is actually quite straightforward and off-the-shelf technology. This picture was from 2009 for the moon mine concept, but it's the idea is very much the same. You have a moon surface simulator. I don't need an elevator for access. You have a welding lab, you have food growth trials where you can adjust the lighting to have it monthly cycles or more or less. Some demonstration of what it could look like. One fun thing with living on the moon is that you can run in a loop. You can actually do that on Earth as well. I've seen a video of that, but on the moon it's easy. And in order to get some one revenue stream may be to have habitat apartments. So I let out part for living in the moon base. And of course, ore mining was more of a thing in the moon mine than it is here. However, and having said that, I made a discovery about a week ago, having been here for a while, that there is a room in the basement which hasn't actually been excavated, and it has bedrock on the floor. So that's where we do the mining. I have a mine. This is probably quartzite rather than basalt, but it's roughly the same hardness, and you can do most mining experiments with that. Going on to some other pictures from the house, we need to have high temperature processes, and I said welding. There isn't ceramic oven, so that goes to 1300 degrees. That's not enough to melt rock, but it's good enough for some heat treatment processes. Growing stuff, This is actually 2 of the classrooms that have where the wall has already been taken away. So I intend to grow bananas because that's a good example to have, and put that together with fish tanks in what's it called, aquaponics. What can be vaguely seen in the background is probably not probably difficult to see what it is. It's Japanese sleeping pods for the hostel business, so I can get in more people than should be decently possible. In case of having a conference, then we need some more people in. It isn't that remote. There are plenty of hotels within half an hour's distance by car. Conferences, I said, and that's this is the gym, and to the left is my drawing of what it could look like with terraced seating as a conference hall. And canteen and kitchen, this is actually my kitchen at the moment, so it works pretty well. It's a bit big for one person, but it will handle up to 60, I think. And very little, if any, change of no major changes needed. There's a little office between this door here, which is where I'm currently broadcasting from. Okay, so what is the differences and similarities with Earth? And the main similarities is obviously that it's people going to live there. So whatever people needs, they will need them on the moon as well. The difference is there's the low gravity. I'm not going to do anything about that. Digging is a bit awkward, but so you have to make adjustments for that. I'm going to look at most processes can be handled. I'm not going to try to simulate low gravity because that's almost impossible. Lack of some minerals. I'm not going to simulate that either initially. Except I'm going to keep track of what minerals are used and how and in what form, from maybe using less copper and using aluminium for conductors. Small scale solutions, if we don't have a city of thousands and thousands of people or hundreds of thousands of people, then you need small scale solutions. So that's essentially the main driver for the research I want to do, is to keep everything small scale. Then you have vacuum, radiation, meteorites. Some vacuum can be good. So a lot of manufacturing processes that actually use vacuum. Welding is easier. But the conclusion there is essentially that the moon base will be built underground. So I should take away the windows of this schoolhouse. I'm not going to take away all the windows, but I might close some of them, and I might use shutters to make it feel a bit more underground. And my plans for this year is urgent renovations. The roof is leaking, so I'll have somebody replace the roof. I was thinking first I could just replace some tiles, but it's more than that. It's a lot of work on that. It is quite expensive to keep it warm, so it's well, it gets down towards minus 30 degrees centigrade in the winter. It was -6 this morning, so it's freezing. And it's an old building. It is insulated, but by modern standards, it's very poorly insulated. And create a network of process, both in 2 ways, both the process network as in the processes that needs to be done, and to make validator forerunner projects for different parts: mining, ore processing, basic manufacture, energy and electronics. One thing I really would like to get in, although north of Sweden might not be the best place to do it, is photovoltaics. Agriculture, I'm going to do aquaponics. I haven't done that before, so that will be exciting. I do have partners in the Swedish Space Association who have done that a fair bit. They were involved actually when I was aiming for the mine as well. Habitat and hotel, that's not research as such, that's just making sure that it is possible for visitors to sleep if they can. I want to establish income streams, crowdfunding, founding partners for the different manufacturing processes, giving them visibility, but also getting them to place some research at this research center to be. Have it as a bit of a think tank for sustainable manufacture, and that's not just for the moon. It's a good idea to do that on Earth as well, or Mars, or in orbit, or research grants. That's how I started in '95. Actually, I wrote research applications, and they kept telling me that I was too few, being only me. So especially in Europe, you need to be a consortium. So if you are 2 or 3 parties involved, then that's much easier to get the research grant. So at the peak of the Moon Mine initiative in about 2009, or shortly before that, it was 70 partners worldwide. So it was quite a big project for not having any activity, at least. What we were doing was writing research proposals. Conference facilities, I hope to get people here to come here that are interested in talking about this topic or about manufacture in general, and to get them here so I don't have to travel around the world to visit interesting people. They can come to me instead, is the idea there. And to make a bit of a science and exploration themed hotel, so people can come here. And obviously, being a moon mine, it must be great for honeymoons and weddings. And that's a bit. I have actually one more thing I would like to show. YouTube up there. I have been making. I'm not an architect. I'm a mechanical engineer. But we were making changes to a house we had bought in Scotland, and we had an architect, and he made his drawing so bad that he put the doors ended up in the wrong room. So I bought a cheap architecture program and took over. It isn't as fancy as it could be, but you can see maybe better than my photo what the conference could look like. There, so paint it black, put a gray floor, maybe keep an area behind here where you can have little robots run around and mine soil. I'm not gonna do the nasty regolith stuff. I'm gonna buy some sand and just have the simple look at sand. And growing, that I would like to have that combined with the hotel part. So this is a hotel pod where you sleep and you have window to the outside, which is inside, and growing bananas and vegetables and fish. Okay, I'll close there. Might have been a bit faster, but I got an extension rather late. So yeah.
Terrific. Niklas, I think this is a really, really interesting idea. As I just mentioned a few minutes ago, I've owned a big piece of real estate, and it's a bit of a bear trap. It's you never really know what you're going to get. Like you just found that you had basically a cave, a mine site that you didn't even know you had.
Yep.
I have a similar story. All right, so let's talk about both of them. Let's talk about the mine for a minute. Some successes and failures there. I know you're frustrated about some of the policy decisions. We talk here in terms of hardware, business, outreach, and framework. And framework is laws, policies, insurance, the environment that you're operating in. So talk about the mine a little bit more, successes and failures, maybe in those contexts, the hardware that you have, the business decisions that you made, how you told your story to the public, and then the laws and policies. And then we'll bring it forward in time to the new site.
Yeah. Well, I had Bergslagen in Sweden, which is much further south from here. It's west of Stockholm, essentially. That's an old mining area it is riddled with iron mines. There's plenty of them, so you could get an iron mine there. Problem with that is that there are laws and regulations about it. In principle, if you're mining something, you can do that without owning the land, because your rights trumps the landowners. So you have the mineral rights if you find minerals. But what I wanted to do was not really mine. I wanted to use the mine, an existing mine, to be in. And then it was difficult to get permissions, and there was a lot of permissions. You had to have permission to enter the mine because this is a historical site. And you have to also have permission if you do anything, changes to it. You have to have permission to empty the mine of water because it is a historical site. You have to have permission to lower the groundwater, which is a different department of the government. And you have to have permission to pump the water out in the creek where the water goes. And lowering the groundwater turned out to be the tricky bit there, because there was two of the about 50 neighbors around there. They had ground source heat pumps and were afraid. And they were the two who didn't like the idea. Well, essentially all the other ones thought this is a great idea, something is happening. So they managed to block it from that grounds. And I kind of got a bit despondent there. We had a bit of a discussion taking over an old oil storage room in under Stockholm, which could have worked, but then that would have to have been sanitized for oil and stuff like that. So we didn't get there. It was quite easy to get media coverage. I was on Swedish radio, local radio. I was on primetime news in Sweden, and several papers covering it. Actually, last year, there was a radio reporter from the local area there who called me up and asked what became of that. So I was on radio again. Yeah, I think it's kind of easy to get media attention. It's a bit more difficult to get any type of traction that gives you money.
Right. It is easy to get, because what we're doing is kind of sensational, right? I have I have a whole wall of magazine covers on display. That the media attention is easy because it's, what do they have to write? They have to write 4 or 5 articles about your big idea, but then you and we actually have to do the work to enact the big idea.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry about the troubles that you had with the mine. That does seem pretty frustrating and pretty aggravating. It's one of the reasons why I kind of felt a little empathetic between you and I, because we both had some interesting trials and tribulations trying to push our project forward. I did not know until this call that you also were funded under the same NIAC that Edwards was funded under. So I'm going to have to go back and look at that. That's pretty neat. I didn't know that until just a moment.
Well, my name is a bit hidden there. It was Douglas O'Handley for Orbitech who was the prime investigator.
Cool.
But it wasn't my idea.
Really neat stuff. So now, okay, let's take this, let's take the lessons we learned from a project that didn't work, and how do you apply those lessons to this new system? It's expensive, it's big, it's fundamentally different from the original, but at the same time, you're aiming for the same goals.
It is essentially not fundamentally different, apart from not being under bedrock, but that was mainly as for visibility and for giving a bit of a feeling. A moon base will be underground, so it makes sense to have it in the mine.
Yeah.
But I mean, I have a rock face. That's essentially what I was going to use the mine for.
Right. Yeah.
And here I might have problems with planning authorities if I want to shut all the windows.
Okay.
So I have decided that I will keep most of them there, but with shutters, so I can actually turn off the sunlight when I want to.
So what's the first kind of big experiment, right? It's going to take a while to refit this whole environment. So you're going to tackle kind of one thing at a time. What's the one thing that you want to start working on right away?
You mean apart from repairing the roof, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the aquaculture. I have been promised cutting from a banana plant if I make sure that the ceiling is at least 4 meters.
Okay.
So I will need to make holes in the floor.
Okay.
Between
That's
the
cool.
2 floors.
I love it. So food's the first resource you're going to try to figure out.
That's kind of the food and also the conference center and the sleeping pods. That's kind of. I'll probably buy a welding torch. I think I mentioned that I've been professor in welding. I have essentially spent 2 days at an ESAB research center learning to weld, and that's my experience in welding. Then I'm high temperature materials. I know what happens to the materials, but technically I can't do it. But I think that's a key technology, because essentially a freeform printer, but you do it manually by adding layer by layer of metal.
Other analog sites Mars Desert Research Station being notable, high seas. They have folks running around in simulated spacesuits when they're out in the world doing experiments. Are you going to do that kind of work, or is this really a more self-contained environment?
I consider it to be a self-contained environment. This is the inside of a large colony, if you like. I envisage something like 500 people or a couple of thousand, and of course, I'm not going to have 500 people in the schoolhouse. It's way too small for that. So I'm going to do pieces of it. I do want to have a bit of an outside place where you could play around with spacesuits, but that might be more for visitors than for research, really. So you could have a bit of an exploration experience by you have to put on your spacesuit and then you go through over the moon surface to get to your room. And if you need to get out fast, of course, there is another exit.
Okay, so let's talk about mining. You talk about welding, ore processing. I said earlier this morning that I had some skepticism towards the idea of a water ice mining, that I had a lot of I've become recently skeptical of mining water ice from the moon, but I'm very, very supportive of mineral mining. So talk about what you're going to be able to do with this site to focus on those sort of things: manufacturing, mining, ore processing, building stuff.
Yeah. Well, obviously, the mining lunar ice is a very specific problem, and I know nothing about it. And there is no that kind of ice is not present in here, so that is not an early low-hanging fruit to go for. Definitely not. However, there is a piece of rock in the basement. So how do I extract that without using too high-tech equipment? I'm thinking hammer, chisel, feathers, and just breaking rock in a very old-fashioned way. And then as a baseline, really, to see, can it be done? Is that sufficient? Do I get the type of production rates that will be needed? That rates and flow of materials through the system, that's also something that I want to start doing. But that will be on a theoretical scale, mainly Excel models or simulation. And then to get the quantities and the production rates from experiments that I do. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
No,
Can you point to a map and show us where this thing is? So if you want to have honeymoons, can you pull up Google Maps or something quick and show us where this thing is in the world?
Yeah, it's in the north of Sweden by the Baltic Sea.
And you're there right now. You're actually
here.
in the building.
I am here. I need to get
in the summer where there's not snow on the ground.
That's about half the year.
Okay, half the year. Are there locations nearby that can be used as simulate sites where people can walk around and test equipment, test tools or anything?
Yes, it depends on what you want.
I'm thinking an old rock quarry or something like that. I'm not sure what's available.
I am not aware of a quarry nearby, to be honest.
Okay.
I was actually, before I bought the school, I was looking at quarries. That's another alternative.
Yeah.
You can get quarries that looks like a meteorite crater.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some designs around quarries that are being considered, but I don't know of anybody who's using one just yet.
Right. I need to share again, right?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it is here, there. No, wait, it isn't. It is there, actually. Let's see if I do terrain rather. Oops. There,
Yeah,
that's the
okay.
house.
All right.
And then we can zoom out a bit. Here is Kalix, which is a decent sized town.
Okay.
Sangis is a small town. And here is Tornio and Haparanda, which is the Finnish border. Tornio is in Finland and Haparanda is in Sweden. And here is Luleå, which is an international airport. Well, it was international when I studied there, but it goes to Stockholm anyway.
Okay. All right. So it is. It's pretty remote. Oh, it's on the corner of Finland. My grandfather's from Finland, actually, in that general area.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Popeye.
I never learned the language, but he was from the area. He actually came to the Seattle region because where we are actually reminds him a lot of Finland. And we have a lot of Norwegians in the region because of the fishing here. So, all right, so that is pretty remote out there. That's interesting.
The mine was down here.
Okay, okay. So with the schoolhouse, you're going to build it out. You're going to try to pull in some research grants. Are you going to do things like, well, how are you going to do robotics testing? How are you going to do manufacturing testing?
I'm not that interested in robotics, actually. The idea with the moon base is to have people living on the moon. I want the people to be running the processes. Also, well, I should have said that early on, actually. My main assumption, if you like, is that you can use whatever tools you want, but you have to be able to produce a copy of it in process, so to speak.
Oh, that's interesting. So you have to be able to produce it in order to use it. That makes sense. I've never thought about that. I like that.
Because I want the moon colony to be self-sufficient, so it is able to continue should Earth decide to that it's too expensive, which tend to happen. So and also by being completely self-sufficient, it is also effectively no recurring cost. So that is pretty cheap.
That's cool. So if I want to build a hammer, it's pretty easy to build a hammer. But if I want to build a screwdriver, I have to figure out how to make a screwdriver.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's
and if you want to build a robot, then you have to figure out how to do the electronics. I probably need to do electronics in some shape or form at some stage. It's not the first thing to do, but in particular photovoltaics, I really don't see any other power source that can be self-sufficient.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And that's something you're probably going to have to bring from the ground of Earth, right? You probably don't have in the early days, you don't have the resources to build out.
Yes, but I'm not studying the early days, how to build it up. I'm studying what is needed when you are self-sufficient. And
Okay.
then having found that out, then you can decide how do you get there.
Well,
And of course, you have to ship the stuff. You have to ship a copy of everything to start with, because otherwise you don't have anything.
right, right. Pretty interesting. I'm a big fan of robotics. I think they're going to be pretty necessary up there. And I'm a big fan of figuring out how to do ore processing. I think what's my guess, and I don't pretend to have a crystal ball here, my guess is that we'll do the resource extraction and the smelting process down on the lunar surface, and then you're going to take that raw material, somewhat refined, you're going to take that material and bring it up to the Lagrange point stations, where you're going to kind of build out the second level extra value, the second level value.
Yeah, that makes sense if the goal of the raw material extraction is to get to use it in space or ship it down to Earth, which I don't think is a good idea. But my aim is to survive on the moon. If there is excess capacity, yeah, then fine, you can send half refined stuff up. Another thing, I keep saying that I think it should be possible to be fully self-sufficient. Doesn't mean I want that to be done. Same thing with robotics. I'm saying that we shouldn't be doing something where you have to import robotics. That doesn't mean I don't think we should import robotics to the moon. Of course we should, because it makes life easier. But it should be possible to replace the functions of the robotics that we're using.
And the last thing, just before we wrap up, is that you're looking to get research grants. I presume that's from ESA. What kind of resources are you looking for?
Yeah, might be ESA, but also European Research Foundation. That's where I submitted most of my proposals. Okay. Never got anything from there. Well, actually, I did once a pre-study for a Tintin center, but the Tintin copyright holders decided that they were doing a movie at the time, so they didn't have time for me.
That's too bad. That's too bad. All right, Dr. Javstrat, thank you very much. Appreciate your ideas here. I look forward to kind of catching up with you in a few months to see what kind of progress you've made. As I said earlier, I think analogs are a really important part of our developmental ecosystems. So thank you for both, not just the first time, even though that didn't work, the perseverance to stick with it and try it a second time. Hats off to you, sir. I know exactly precisely what that perseverance looks like. So good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
And well, in a couple of months, if you get back, I hope I have repaired the roof.
Right on. All right. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to bring on Mr. Rick Tumlinson in about 10 minutes here. Thanks, Rick, for being here. I'm going to chat just for a bit about a little bit about what we're trying to do. I want to stress that this is an ongoing program. So the point of the Better Futures program is, it's not just a talking heads show. It feels like it when we do this kind of stuff. It's not, but it's not. It's not just a talking heads show. It is about imagining a future, a near-term future, and then working towards it. So we reference that as the other 28 days. And what I mean by that is, we hold this 2-day event, this 2-day conference, where we look at the big ideas. We look at the hardware, the business, the outreach and the framework. We look at the partners and players, academics, civil, defense, and commercial, all with the goal of building something amazing, building a 15,000 person civilization in space. And whether that's free floating, free flyers in orbit as space stations, whether that's the moon settlements or Martian settlements, this arbitrary goal of having 15,000 people in space means that we have figured out most of the problems and that we can start exporting humans out into the solar system en masse. And so when we talk about this other 28 days, my hope is, my invitation to you is that this event that we have is the starting point, and that what we want to do is accomplish something over the next 28 days. So I'm going to invite everybody to join our Discord channel. I'll post a link there in a moment. And just keep this conversation going so that we do something, right? This isn't about just being talking heads, talking into the wilderness. This is about building a community of doers that are trying to accomplish something. And I think that's pretty important. I think that's one of the driving reasons for why we do this event in the first place. And then tomorrow, we're going to be talking a lot about the hardest problem in space. You hear people today talking about cislunar architectures, transportation, the laws and policies that we need to operate on space stations. You've heard people talking about debris, orbital debris, and building out habitats on the moon. But all of that is, and I mean this sincerely, all of that is pointless if we can't figure out how to stay in space. And I don't mean a permanent process where we export talent from Earth and bring it to these settlement sites. I mean, because I think that's camping. I think we don't really build a real civilization in space until we can have children in space, babies on orbit. I think the idea of a child care on orbit is kind of boggling and fun, but the real problem of how do we have, maybe first start with in vitro fertilization and then move on to call it natural conception. So that's what we're going to be talking about a lot tomorrow. We've got a couple experts. Dr. Edelbrook leads a team from Spaceborne United. We've got 4 people coming in from the Netherlands. Gosh, I can't think of where the other people are located. I wish I could. So with that, that's a preview for tomorrow. And then next month's event is going to be a little bit different. We're going to focus on astronauts and authors. I call it the science and fiction of living on orbit. And my hope is that we will have some astronauts talking about their real world experiences, good and bad. And then we'll have some science fiction authors to provide commentary about, what worlds did they create? How did they envision them? And what stories did they tell? Now, I know that that was supposed to be this month's topic, but turns out getting those folks has a lot more lead time than I gave them. So we're going to tackle that next month instead, which is why this month was really focused on lunar architecture, lunar development. So next month should be pretty exciting. I built it up a little bit last month, and then realized after getting some very polite, interested but can't do it that fast messages that that we're going to push it off to next month instead. So that's next month, and then tomorrow is Babies in Space. And with that, that's the end of my closing remarks. I just want to once again say thank you to all the people that have supported this. First and foremost, to my own team, Fabio and Gion. Gion is our newest intern. She just showed up here this week, so this is a pretty big week for her to show up. We have another intern arriving next week. Both of these are folks from Korea. We're in a program that we work with through the sponsored by the U.S. State Department to bring in international interns, and that's been really, really terrific. Fabio was originally an intern during 2020, and he stuck around and became a core part of our team. So he's from Peru. He's operating in Peru right now. So we do try to reach out to kind of this global village to build this elevator on the moon. So thanks again to my team. We couldn't do this stuff without y'all. Thanks to the Center for Space Commerce and Finance for developing the finance program that we're going to host in 2 months. And special thanks to the Mars Society for their community involvement with this. We're going to have a lot more from the Mars Society in the coming months. Same thing with the National Space Society. Having those two folks as allies is increasingly important as we build this organization. And then the final shout out to the Star Trek science fiction community, Axanar. They're pretty helpful as we move forward as well. So thanks everybody for that. And with that, it's time to bring on Mr. Rick Tumlinson. Rick, can I get a sound check, please?
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom. Okay, good. Let me quickly read your bio, sir. I confess, this might be my favorite topic of the whole conference because I love this story. I think it's a really important story that's barely been heard, barely been told. So I am personally very interested in this. Let me read your bio, sir. Rick Tumlinson is the co-founder of several space companies and nonprofits, including Deep Space Industries, Orbital Outfitters, and the New Worlds Institute and the Space Frontier Foundation. He is an active space entrepreneur and space activist. He has testified on space-related topics before the US Congress 6 times since 1995. In 2004, Space News listed Tumlinson as one of the 100 most influential people in the space industry, and I concur with that. Tumlinson has directly impacted my career over a nearly 20-year span. So as always, sir, it's a treat to have you here. Thanks very much. Take it away. The screen is yours.
Yeah, I'm just staggered to actually hear you calling me sir.
I believe I might have a little more gray in my beard, but you're beating me in the head side.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. No, I meant because we're.
I know. Yeah,
but that's good. But thank you, sir. Yeah, look, and a couple of things, Mike. Mike, sorry, sir, was, you invited me to talk a little bit about Mir and what really happened. And I have to admit, I did my usual ADD thing and got distracted, and I just got back from travel, as you know. And so what you have done is you planted a seed now, because as I was cramming to throw a few things together, just a few random things to show your viewers something, it occurred to me that I really do. I'm getting this from left and right and center. I need to pull all this together.
Yeah.
So this is not going to be so much a presentation as one of those awkward moments when you're like, with somebody and they're like, here, let me show you this. I'll show you this. I'm going to show you that.
Right. Yeah.
So we're just going to do that. I'm not going to be super formal with you on it or anything.
No.
We can always come back around, because it has triggered some of the stuff I've been looking at while I was digging out stuff for you. Like I just did a MirCorp search on my hard drive, right?
Yeah.
And then, and I'm seeing all this stuff, and I'm going to show you some raw stuff that nobody's ever seen before.
Right. Yeah.
But also, I was last week. I started transferring. By the way, how long do we have, Michael? I don't.
We have
know.
an hour. We have an hour. Yep. You're our closing.
Good. I'll give you 61 minutes. No, I'm kidding. I was going through and I was transferring some DVDs and what do they call them? Video CDs into my hard drive, just to get them out, get them stored. And I actually tripped across one. I don't have it ready to run here. Maybe some of the time from our first trip to Moscow to begin the process of what led to this. And and I'm seeing some of this stuff and just remembering back in the day. So let me go back. I'll start with the fact that the Space Frontier Foundation, which I was lucky enough to be one of the three co-founders with Jim Muncie and Bob Werb, we were all about, we were the activists that kind of sprang out of Dr. O'Neill's vision. For all of your viewers, Dr. O'Neill's the godfather of soul of the entire movement that you see now. I mean, I can't find anybody who was not, they may not even know it, but they come from O'Neillian roots, right? And that's one reason it's very important that you're doing what you're doing, Michael, and I applaud you for that, of telling this kind of a story that hasn't gotten out there. So Dr. O'Neill, in the 70s, writes a book called The High Frontier. At the time, we were all being fed the lie that there was this beautiful thing coming called the space shuttle. It was going to fly 50 times a year. It was going to be $100 a pound to go to orbit. A lot of us had grown up watching Star Trek and Apollo and the Soyuz program and all of this. And so we're sitting there buying it. We're going for it, man. We're like, I'm going, man. And so O'Neill writes this amazing book. And in this book, you have to put yourself back into that time, those of you who weren't there. And I can see just from the couple of names on the screen, there some people were. But back at the time, you had to be an astronaut. You had to be a scientist. You had to be a cosmonaut to even be even be heard credibly talking about space, let alone have anything to do with it. There was no commercial space. There was none of that. And so Dr. O'Neill basically puts this book out that puts the human face on it. He actually insisted, for example, that it be like a family on the cover. And it was the idea, I just heard you with your last speaker talking about lunar resources. And, I gave a talk at South by, I showed a picture of myself. We were working on the mass driver. Okay, they were working on the mass driver. I was handing them wrenches, right? I'm not.
That's how I build robots, right? I have good, smart people around me, and right.
But I have a nice picture of this, the plywood mass driver 3, where we actually proved 1,800 Gs of acceleration. Was basically wire and plywood. I'm standing there with Dr. Dyson, who was Dr. O'Neill's partner in crime, along with Boeing chief engineer Gordon Woodcock, and Peter Glaser, father of space solar power satellites, and John Lewis, the godfather of the whole space resources asteroid thing. So what happened would be Dr. O'Neill, rather than just writing a book and going, I was right in my book, nobody listened to me, but I put this book out there, and, mumbling in the corner somewhere. What he did was he took that as the rainmaker, then he put the bucket out called the Space Studies Institute, which is very different than the current organization. This one was a very effective, high power type of organization of what you would today call makers and players, right? And he said, come join us, become a senior associate, and your money will go towards working on little projects, right? And then he held this conference in Princeton. We would all go. And those big names, they were big names then, Boeing and Dr. Dyson and, Peter Glaser, all these, they're down in the front. And then all of us crazy young Turks are in there going, here's my idea. And they'd be like, interesting. And then they would proceed to destroy us. But they planted the seed with us that this was going to be a thing, that this could not just be a thing, but something that we could aspire to. And in fact, for example, there was a young man, and I just heard his story again a few days ago, named Jeff Bezos, who had a copy of the High Frontier, and he joined the Institute. And he joined SEDS, I think, at the early point too, at that point. And, he gives his valedictorian speech in high school and basically says, I'm going to make a lot of money and I'm going to go build colonies in space, right? And he, so you have these, what we used to call ourselves Jerry's kids. My little friend Diamandis and myself and on and on and on, all of these people. And, I see Dallas Bienhoff here, all of us, we go back to this, right? And so the Space Frontier Foundation, though, was formed because we were the activist types. We were fans of NASA, pardon?
Troublemakers.
We were troublemakers. We were, it means something different now, but at the time, the Soviets were in Afghanistan and the rebels were called the Mujahideen. Yeah. I remember a New York Times reporter calling us the Mujahideen of space.
Oh, wow.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, right. Taking on the socialist empire of the aerospace industrial complex. And so we were believers. One of our first acts, we called for a return to the moon in 1989. The next thing we did was start fighting the space station, which we almost killed by one vote. Or as my friends from NASA say, they saved it by one vote. And because that's what we believe, the government shouldn't drive trucks and build buildings. It's like, thank you very much, Mr. Lewis and Mr. Clark. Pioneers are going to take over. Right. I mean, it's in our name, Space Frontier Foundation. And as we moved through the decade, and we got past our disillusionment over the shuttle, we started looking at ways to actually get out there and do things. And this idea of what I call a frontier philosophy, which I still espouse, started to kind of come into being. And that was the idea that there's a lot of R's in this: reuse, recycle, replace, repurpose, and if you have a frontier philosophy, that's the way you live. Right. People in the frontier don't throw anything away. Everything gets reused. Now, what I love about that, going full circle to current times, that's exactly the philosophy we should be modeling. Right. And that's exactly why that great big orange piece of garbage that's sitting at pad 39A right now deserves to die. This Senate launch system. Yep. But it also informed us, and also, by the way, puts me in the odd position, having been an opponent of Space Station originally, that I'm now going to be fighting to keep it alive. Right. Because I had one and it got dumped in the ocean.
That hurts.
It hurts. It hurts. Everybody. So yeah, and by the way, a lot of our discussions about the early days does kind of sound like that part of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where I built a castle in the swamp. Well, it sank. Then I built another. Then it sank. You just keep going until the castle stands, right? Yeah. So anyway, to dive into this real quick. So as we got towards the end of the 90s, Dr. being influenced by Dr. O'Neill, fighting these fights, a gentleman began to support the foundation named Walt Anderson. And then he and I got together, we created a nonprofit called FINDS, the Foundation for the International Non-Government Development of Space. And Walt's a bit of an anarchist and, anti-government kind of guy, I kind of in the middle. And the idea of FINDS was to, best job description ever, give money to projects that will transform humanity's expansion into space. Oh, actually I had the word cool in there. Cool projects.
Right. Yeah.
And we had a budget. He put 25 million of stock and investments into the account. My job was to give away 50% of the increase. Now, these stocks were largely in .coms, which, you hear the foreboding music because, later on, boom, we lost. And that gets into the whole Mir project.
Yeah.
And so my job, again, was to give that money away. We funded a lot of things, and I've been digging and seeing some of the things we funded. Laser launch experiments, asteroid processing. We gave $500,000 to John Lewis in '99 to look at separating ferrous materials in a microgravity environment, solar sails, on and on. We gave $100,000 to this young upstart named Bob Zubrin.
Good.
To start the Mars Society. And I love Bob and just signed a letter on that he's leading on right now. We gave him $100,000. Now he kicked me out as soon as the check cleared because I used the other M word, moon.
Right.
And that's important. And I need to state that I'm an all of the above person.
Right.
Right. I don't care how you get there. And I've said this years ago, magic fairy wings, I don't care. Right. And I don't really care what you do there as long as you follow some basic things, which you can see on the Earthlight Foundation website in our declaration, which is, follow the human rights and don't harm anybody else's stuff, things like that. But I'm really about an open frontier. So we had FINDS going, and what happened was, I'm gonna show you this. This is kind of fun. You want to see some inside stuff here. I'm going to show you a very sloppy screen of stuff, if I can share, right?
Yep.
And this is going to be so random. This is, Michael's seen my normal presentations. They're usually fairly structured, but I'm just going to go with the tone of this and go completely unstructured here. So I think, do you see?
Keep me alive is what I'm seeing.
Yeah. So this is literally like the minutes from a Space Frontier Foundation meeting of February 28th. And I think this is 1998 or so. And we were concerned that word was out that the Russians were going to deorbit the Mir. And a guy named David Anderman decided that we needed to put together a campaign to keep it alive, because I had been saying, he kind of hoisted me on in my own petard, right? Because I've been saying we can't throw anything away in space, blah, blah, blah. So there it is. So we gave him 10 minutes and, he got us going and really, he was right. But you can see some interesting things: space resources, cheap access to space.
I know cats. I remember cats well.
Yeah. So we were in there. So then we move on, and towards the end of that year, David becomes the project manager. I had by that time written a letter to who was the president of Russia at that time, Boris Yeltsin. But a lot had happened between these dates. So in March of '98, I went to Houston to plan the first Return to the Moon conference that we were getting ready to do. And as I was leaving Center Director Abby's office, I was gestured by a guy named Tom Kremens to stick around. And everybody else was leaving. Wonderful lady who ran the National Space Society was there. David Gump from Lunar Corp was there. the other folks. They're all leaving. And this guy, Tom Kremens, says, stay here. I was like, okay. And they gestured me in. Remember, I'm running this $25 million endowment. At the time, that was actually a big deal.
Yeah.
Outside of NASA, we were basically giving away, at one point, I think we hit 2 million in 1 year.
Wow.
Which at that point was a big
That was
deal.
a staggering amount of capital for those days.
For those days, and from a unfettered nonprofit, you know. And so Mr. Abbey and I start talking, and he's like, yeah, I've heard you he talk like this. And I said, well, okay, yeah, we are looking at this this mirror thing or whatever. We haven't decided, we really think it should, we should keep it up somehow. And so then I get ready to leave there. They say, no, stick around. And they invite me to the Outpost, which is the old astronaut hangout. And it is really funny. This guy, Tom Kremens, he just kept winking at me like, stick around. And so in come a bunch of spooks, led by this guy named Pete Worden, who at that time was working with the Air Force.
Of course it was Pete Worden. I never heard this.
Of course it was Pete Worden.
Of course it was.
And
for those that don't know, Pete Worden eventually became a one-star general, eventually left the Air Force because he was a troublemaker, eventually went to Arizona State University for a little while, and then was the center director at NASA Ames for like 10, 12 years. And now Zuckerberg pays his salary to work on breakthrough Starshot or whatever that thing is called, right? Like that's like,
it's not Zuckerberg, it's Yuri
Milner.
And Zuckerberg, yeah, they're in there. Yeah, they're all in there. Yeah. And a guy who's probably got a yacht somewhere. Wink, wink. Right. But anyway, but Pete goes beyond that. Pete's an O'Neillian, and what Pete really, two of his big things were he led on the DCX program, which was single staged orbit, and he also had put together in one of the most deft and just sleight of hand situations I can imagine. He convinced the Star Wars BMDO organization under Reagan to fund a lunar orbiter that helped confirm hydrogen in the bottom of the craters on the moon. And it was an amazing thing because what they were doing is they were looking to be able to have sensors that could detect cryogenic propellant being put into ICBMs prior to a launch. And he convinced them to send basically, and I'm way summarizing, but he basically convinced them to do the test by looking at the craters of the moon. It was freaking brilliant. And that's typical Pete. So I go to this thing, and then I get invited. There's an Italian restaurant down there that George Abbey used to hold court at. And at this restaurant, Tom sits me at one end, and the spooks are all on one side, and Abby's guys are on the other, and Abby's at that end with Tom Kremens, and they're just having a conversation. And I'm like, why the hell am I here? Because the restaurant was closed. It's like a little kind of mafia feeling kind of thing, Godfather. Because Abbey was he was considered the Godfather. You didn't fly in space unless you got drunk with George Abbey, and you like I never heard that. And you like Celtic music. That was the other thing. By the way, everything I say here, unless I'm bragging about my height or my hair, is verifiable. I promise. Like I have hair under this hat. But what happened was Worden had just come back from one of his many trips to Russia, and they were talking casually with each other about the price of Progress tankers. And Worden popped out with a number that I had never heard before. It was so low. And I'm going to get it wrong, but it was just a few $1 million to be able to send a tanker to the Mir. And my wheels started cranking. Now, one of the other people we had been funding under fines was a guy named Joe Carroll, who built Tethers.
Tethers Dynamic. Yep.
And something that'll be coming back, I guarantee you. I'm hearing this, and I'm thinking, okay, that price, that means it would cost this much per year if you need to get this, blah, blah, blah. All right, so in parallel to us now doing Keep Me Alive, I go out to LA, or Walt Anderson comes to LA, and I go back to LA, and we had lunch, and looking at these numbers, and at that point he was about to do a bunch of IPOs a couple of years later, and he was going to go through the roof financially.
Yeah,
they were actually very smart IPOs at the time, and so we had lunch, and I remember because we had one of those paper tablecloths, and I said to him, I said, "How would you like to have a space station?" And he said, "Well, yeah, that'd be cool." So I think we can get one, and we laughed, ha, ha, ha. And then we started talking and started talking about the mirror. And we started drawing what we wanted to do with it on the paper tablecloth. I wish I'd kept it, I'm sorry.
I did exactly the same thing on the lunar elevator. I left a conference, and my friend and I, we wound up having a beer led to margaritas, led to shots, and we're scribbling on the paint. That's amazing. I never heard that before. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's how we got to the lunar elevator, the equations for the lunar elevator.
Yeah, I gotta love those paper tablecloths. I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it's usually meant for children, by the way, Michael. I guess we are, Apollo's children. Anyway, so what happened was then, and I said, I'd like to be able to go over there and, maybe have a conversation with these guys and see if they're interested, et cetera. So I'll show you a couple of pictures here. I don't know if it's showing this one, is it?
It is. Yep.
Okay. So this is our first trip over there. This guy's Gus Gardellini, David Anderman, who was the Keep Me Alive guy, whoever that guy is, I don't know. A guy named Jeff Manber here. Now, at this point, Jeff Manber was not with us. He actually worked with Energia. People have to understand, this is a very important part too. Some of this stuff is not in the Orphans of Apollo documentary, which you should probably share a link with at some point. But Jeff was working with them. He had worked on Sea Launch, things like that. He was their I guess their token American, whatever, on that team. And he was the one actually showing us around. So he's not with us in this shot. He's showing us around the museum. And we actually have shots during different periods of the MirCorp thing where he's on one side, then he's in the middle, then he's on our side, And so we were there getting the tour of the Energia Museum. It's very important, if you're looking at this period of history, to understand that after the wall came down, Energia was sort of coming out of a socialist, dictatorship situation, was a combination of like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and NASA. It was one entity. There was no Roscosmos or anything like that at that point. That was a creation of America. In fact, Dan Golden, who ran NASA at that point, had come over and met with Yuri Semyenov, who ran Energia, and had treated him like an aerospace contractor. And Dr. Semyenov, the proud heir of the organization that had done Yuri Gagarin, right, throws him out of his office. And so Golden basically goes and lobbies Congress, led by a guy named Dana Rohrabacher, who was a congressman from California. They put together a proposal to form the Russian Space Agency so that Dan Golden, as the head of NASA, could look eye to eye rather than down at a contractor.
Wow.
This is very important because Energia still is, they basically got their own city, the industrial area, right? And RSA, or the Russian Space Agency, is part of the government. These guys didn't get along, right? These guys were bureaucrats that were overlaid over this organization. Also, the wall had only just recently come down. Another piece of background you understand. And so what had happened was US government was very nervous about all of these scientists. Like maybe somebody like Iran would hire them. They were jobless, and they were hiring several. In fact, it's one of the reasons there was a large Russian element to the space station, right? In fact, it expanded at that point. So anyway, silliness ensued. We actually got inside, and this, forever since then, I honor anybody who could ride one of these Soyuz capsules down to the Earth. I freaked out just getting in it. The idea of riding it in the middle of a fireball, I couldn't even go there. So anyway,
I'm 6'4", 240, and I've gotten inside a mock system at in Houston. I can't even get my left leg in. Like there's just no room in this thing.
Yeah, and I have a clear picture. I just couldn't find one quickly enough. But I mean, I was like, okay, I'm done. Get me out. Right. Yeah. So there goes my chance to go to space. Anyway, it was a lot of fun, and we had our meetings with a guy named Alexander Dorechkin, who was the chief negotiator for them. I remember going into the meeting, and there were a bunch of how would I put it? There were like three of us, and they brought in Alexander Dorechkin and a couple of very attractive young ladies, and then this older lady. We found out later that the attractive young ladies were there just to distract us. And so during the first part of the meeting, the older lady is translating to Mr. Dorechkin. And it was really funny because on the second day, we were writing something down and he actually corrected our English. So it was all a game. The whole thing was a game. I remember we were talking and we were like, we could put a partnership together. I remember standing up it wasn't a dry erase, it was a tablet with pens, and saying, why don't we call it MirCorp? And I asked Dorechkin at the time, I said, that doesn't mean like I hate your mother or something in Russian. And it's like, no, it's MirCorp. Okay, good. Let's call it that. And we're going to see what we can do to maybe do that. Now, while we were there thinking we wanted to work with the Russians, but we didn't know exactly where. So then we ended up at the final meeting, and I'll move real quickly now. We ended up at the final meeting with Dr. Semyonov. We're at the giant table where all the Russian deals have been made. We've got cosmonauts and all this sitting there with us. And he says, and we, by the way, we had decided that if they didn't want to do that, we would do an asteroid mission. So like if it was too much, we'll just do a probe to an asteroid. Okay. We talked about that the night before. It was like our fallback position, right? Fallback position. Yeah, our fallback, right. Yeah, right. And because I remember I had a bottle of tequila with me, which was the gift. And so we slide a piece of paper, go back and forth a few times on this piece of paper. And we were asking for several months to go talk to our guy, Walt Anderson. He marked it up and said, you've got like 3 weeks. Which is barely enough to get a visa. Right. And then shook hands, went back to the States, talked to Walt about it. And that's kind of where you start hearing about it in Orphans of Apollo. We end up flying over in Walt's private jet, which was hilarious because we're in a private jet. We're eating Pizza Hut.
Of course.
And we're drinking Veuve Clicquot champagne, and we're playing Risk. And I have pictures of us playing Risk on the plane. Yeah, it was hilarious. An Amsterdam company was formed, and so
MirCorp was an Amsterdam company?
Yes.
Wow. Why did you pick that? Sorry, I don't want to derail you.
It got us past a lot of international issues, exchange issues, et cetera, et cetera. Plus, again, Walt is an internationalist by nature.
Right, yeah.
Walt actually gave Diamandis and Todd Hawley and Bob Richards the first blank checks to start the International Space University.
I have 2 pins on my shoulder. I have one for ISU and one for the Space Frontier Foundation, right?
Yeah. Right. And he was in there, and then he kind of felt that maybe somebody in ISU was building an empire. He liked the fact that we were cheap and grassroots activists. And so he came our way, and that's long story there, whole separate thing going on. But we were able to sit there and do this. And we ended up signing the deal. That's Dr. Semyonov, That's Dr. Dorechin. I'm gonna blank. Oh my God. This gentleman here and this gentleman here are two of the most famous cosmonauts ever. One of them was in Arthur Clarke's 2010 or something. Anyway, so we signed the deal. By this time, Manber is kind of over on our side. We were going to tap Gus. Gus had decided that it was too crazy for him to do. And I met with, the morning before, I had met with Walt and suggested Jeff. Jeff actually helped start one of the United States' first commercial space business roundtables. So before he had worked with the Russians, so he had good creds, and he's a great guy. He now leads NanoRacks with Voyager Space Systems. Yeah, and he's building a space station. Of course,
that is why I brought you here, right? Because that history, it's not just ancient history. It is relevant to us today, right now. Like the things that you went through influence where we are now.
Yeah, and I'll tie in a couple things here. Of course, even though it was the morning, we had to have caviar and vodka.
Sure.
Yeah, so that was the celebration afterwards. Now, along the way, let me back up here. In one of our other meetings later, well, hang on just a moment. I'm going to go back to this real quick and just keep me apprised of time so I don't burn this all out on you. So here we go. It's from my friend Charles Miller. And he had a company called CSI. They were looking at one of these little pods like you would see in 2001 Space Odyssey for satellite servicing. They had found that there was a, I think, Ukrainian-Russian program to build these in the Soviet space program. By the way, I'm going to do that for a second. Slava Ukraini. Slava. All right.
We had a last month. We had a guy who was beaming in from Kyiv, talking about his space startup. And by the way, our country is being invaded. So
I was over there in 2016. I was in Dnipro, Kyiv, and I did a talk at the Polytechnic in Kyiv as well. And they're very proud of their space heritage. They did about a third of the Soviet space project. In fact, the central square of Dnipro, which used to be Dnipropetrovsk, is actually a rocket park, right? They're huge on space. And so anyway, they were going to do this project. And let me see. Okay, so this letter, again, is probably very, very small type, and I'm so sorry. I think I can blow it up a little bit. This is a private letter back then. I really don't care. So we're talking about fines, and we were bringing, I forgot about that, Dennis Wingo, Joe Carroll, Gordon Wingo from Boeing, Sedemennikov, which is badly spelled, and we were going to pay $10K to do a private study on the development of electrodynamic tether to keep the station in orbit. At the same time, we were looking at CSI for services. And we were kind of being stealthy a little bit, which is what he expresses in the letters, like they aren't telling me anything. What the hell's going on? But anyway, so back to this one. We put the tether in. The State Department crushed us, using ITAR as their excuse, but actually it was because we were building a Motel 6 next to the Hyatt Regency, right? And they had to bulldoze us, right? And what happened was,
let's dig into that tether for a second, because that's really important to this story. Sure. Why did you need it? What was it there for? And what was it going to do?
Yeah, of course. So the idea of electrodynamic tether is basically a metallic ribbon that we would extend below the Mir station, and we would basically be pushing electrons down it. And then it kind of creates an open loop magnetic system in the ether. And what that does is give you a very, very, very slight repulsion from the Earth's magnetic field. And I mean, it's very, very slight. And you've got smarter people than me on your panel here today who can explain that, but it's very, very slight, but it's 365, 24/7.
Yep.
And what it meant was that we wouldn't need as many Progress tankers to put propellant to keep the station up,
Right.
which brought it within the black of a potential business plan. You know, just pushed us into that zone, right? And I'm going to get it wrong, but I think it meant that we only needed like 2 tankers a year rather than 4, something like that. Correct? Now, keep in mind, at the time, we were at war with NASA because they're looking at the production line at Energia going, you know, thinking about space station. And they're like, that one's ours, going down the tail numbers, as they're called.
Right, yeah.
And we're like, no, we need a couple of these, you know, right? And so it became a real battle. And that flared up, and you can look up the media. There was press accounts of it. I'll show you here in a moment. And so what happened was the Department of Defense, it's called DTRA, the Defense Threat Research Agency.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
We met with them, and we looked at each other and we're like, okay, we're all nerds here. We're all Trek fans. This is cool, you know. And the guy's like, this is not a weapon, you know. In fact, he volunteered to come with us to the State Department. It was kind of funny because he put on his flight jacket to go to the State Department. He's like, I just want to emphasize, you know, I'm military, right? And so we go to the State Department, present it to them, then it goes behind the magic curtain into the administration. Well, we found out later there were several things that were at play. One, again, that threat. NASA did not want any threat. A few years before, they had killed a private space station that Joe Allen had proposed. And it was a human-tended space station. And that one had fingerprints. Right. And they had killed a former astronaut, Joe Allen, and they totally killed it. And here we were trying to do this. And so that was a problem. Number 2, there was still the Soviet thing going on. Right. And number 3, competition for resources, which is my argument was like, you know, I was like, NASA, come on, man, it's called a night shift. Right. Okay. They could do it all. Right. It's ridiculous. By the way, we'll be employing more former Soviet scientists and keeping them from going to Iran as well. But, you know, there was this political pride thing too. You know, we're NASA. We build space stations. You're the private sector. Who are you? Now, then poking the beast, my friend Walt, who I love dearly, has, shall we say, a somewhat aggressive tone regarding the government in public. And so he was not being friendly about it in public to NASA. And in fact, that got him later. And so that was kind of the problem. So they decided, so we spent $500,000 on legal bills to get this through the State Department. And I'll come back to that in just a few moments. So then we get back over there, our tether's tied up. This is a rush job. You have to understand, Putin wants this thing out of the way. NASA wants this thing out of the way. They're bringing in great Americans to say, oh, by the way, I had lunch with him actually to see if he wanted to fly in space, a guy named Jim Cameron, right? And talked to him about doing a movie in space.
Okay.
And had lunch with him then at one point, and then he decides not to do it for other reasons. Then he gets it called in front of Congress. He's like, and the media is like, oh, you know, or Congress says he's a great American and he's a Canadian. It's like, come on. And Jim's a great guy, by the way. He was just expressing an opinion. So at the same time, you know, when we're meeting with Cameron, we're trying to figure out how to pay for this thing. So we also, I hope I don't, hang on here. Yeah, so, oh, by the way, this is one of our press, this is draft stuff. I mean, this is like way in the background.
Right, yeah.
And hang on. No, not it. Sorry.
Another interesting story about Dennis Tito, but let's keep that one for another day.
Right. I can't find it. Yeah, I can't find it. So basically, there's a press release I have here that went out about, we ended up signing Mark Burnett, who ran a thing called Survivor.
Yep. And
we were going to do a series on Mir. At the same time, I had lunch after presenting an update in LA at the badly named, I love him though, Space Tourism Society. And my great friend John Spencer introduces me to a gentleman named Dennis Tito. So I had lunch with Dennis, same question, it was almost the same form. Would you like to go to space? Yes, I think we can make that happen. He transfers $1 million, wires $1 million into the MirCorp account. We sign an agreement. We have a paper trail, by the way. And we sign an agreement, and there's direction, and there's Jeff, and there's Dennis Tito. Now, there was another organization called Space Adventures that claimed that they did this. They didn't have anything to do with it at all. He was signed up to go with us. Our contract basically said that if we lost the Mir, we would have to transfer him and work to put him on the Russian space station. Given the fact that we were working with Energia, who operated the Russian part of the space station, that was all seamless and internal, right? So at the same time, and this, by the way, is because the U.S. government's not.
And for the wait a second, for the record, for the folks that don't know this, Dennis Tito is the first space tourist that we don't call space tourists anymore.
Private space traveler, citizen astronaut, whatever you want to call him, anything but tourist. I actually wrote an article about it at the time.
Yeah. I sometimes reference the Tito effect, that because he made it possible, there were ripples all throughout the industry that said, okay, this is a data point of one, but because he exists, you can extrapolate and guess that other people exist.
Yeah, it was a double tap because we were able to do the same thing with Walt Anderson.
Yep.
So we had a rich person underwriting this and somebody who was willing to buy a ticket. So it was kind of the 4-minute mile moment. In the meantime, we had sent our crew on our own rocket to the space station. This was, and again, God bless Axiom, God bless all the others working on private space stations. Mir was the first commercially owned space station, right? It was the world's first commercial space. I shouldn't say owned, we were leasing it. And these are our guys, and Sergei Zalyotin, Alexandre Cagliari. They went up. Their job was to survey it because it had gotten banged up in an accident a few years before, where they had, I think it was a Progress tanker had rammed it. They reported back, everything was great. It's fine. We can build on it. Now, a quick aside on that. Our goal was to commercialize it, but at first our goal was like just to save it.
Right, yeah.
I remember talking to Walt about, well, maybe it could be the first International Space University campus in orbit. You know, like, what can we do with it? You know, let's get it because it's valuable.
We'll figure it out later. Right? Just have it.
Yeah, it's like what I missed out on in Brownsville. It's like, you know, this is going to be happening. You should buy some land now. Right. And because maybe Elon Musk will come build a spaceport here, you know, and now the land's worth 20 times what it was. Damn it. But anyway, yeah, so we, our plan then became basically we were going to do on-orbit satellite servicing and on-orbit satellite prep. In other words, one of the things is that when you're launching satellites, they get shaken up and all of that. So the idea was you would launch your satellite to the Mir, and I'm going to way oversimplify. You would put your satellite out the airlock. A cosmonaut would float, a MirCorp cosmonaut would float out next to it and manually deploy the solar stuff, run it through its tests, and give it a shove. So you absolutely know it's working. Why is that important? Well, it means you're paying a lot less in insurance, right? Because you know it's working. You're not insuring it against it getting broken on the way up. That was, by the way, Dennis Wingo's concept.
Cool.
And then we were going to do satellite servicing, and then we were going to work our way up to asteroids. And we were going to use MirCorp as the construction shack to build, Mir as the construction shack to build Mir 2, and then work our way up to a rotating facility.
Okay.
So man, we bought the farm when it came to the ideas, right? We were just going, we were one, this is all O'Neill. This is all
Right, right,
the same thing you
right.
guys
It's
are all
literally
doing.
the textbook response to it. Yeah,
Yeah, so we were like, we had our, here's our, one of our brochures, you can buy a
nice,
ticket,
nice.
you know, our stickers.
Beautiful.
It's just, yeah, the mission one.
Y'all were good at
certificate.
marketing. I mean, I wasn't in the field yet. I was still running an internet company. I was still running a real estate company. I wasn't in the game yet when y'all were doing all this. And I was like, that's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so here's an article. I don't know.
What year is that? What year specifically did you send your astronauts up?
Oh man. But I was going to say April. I know it was April 4th, but I my years, I'm really bad with numbers. I think it was 2000.
2000. Okay.
April
I started working on the elevator
9.
towards the end of, I met Edwards for the first time in October 2001, I think. So it was on my brain. It was, but I couldn't. Yeah. So that's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. It was yeah. I think it was April 4th, 2000. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. And like here's an article from Popular Science. Mir Space Station back in action. And then Wall Street Journal. I mean, again, I have a whole dozens and dozens.
Sure. Yeah.
Ago, right? So we were going for it, full tilt boogie. The problem was, again, we had two of the largest governments on the planet shooting at us, and at that point, I pulled out of the Mir Corp and I was doing fines, the nonprofit side.
Okay.
Jeff Manber and his team were running Mir Corp, doing an amazing job. But it was like trying to put a business together, being thrown in a pool full of sharks with somebody shooting at a machine gun at you, and you're trying to do a business. And by the way, it's all going to be drained. Everybody's going to die in this period of time. And it was really very.
But you don't know that at the time. You don't know that it's going to end badly, right?
Well, we know it's going to end badly.
It's going to work.
Correct. And let me see if I can. Yeah. So this gets into October 2000. This is when we start running into problems. Now, by this time, the dot-com meltdown has occurred.
Right.
So Walt's fortune is dramatically shrinking. At the same time, the political stuff is coming in on us. We're about to do an IPO. The communications are breaking down. Everybody's under pressure. And you can see, the IPO issues here, but also Semyonov, basically, by this time, Semyonov, Chiranjeev Kathuria was the second largest investor in Mir Corp. Semyonov was basically buckling to pressure from the RSA at this point. This is all internal. We're the outsiders, although we were working very well with them. They did great work, and they were going to bring it down. And so we ended up losing the battle. Now, it was a ride because, at some points, it was just, it was just up and down, day by day by day. Yeah. So at the end of the day, and then we can go to a little conceptual conversation. At the end of the day, what was really funny was I was in Washington Airport, Reagan Airport now, and I get we hear on the news that Putin has said it's going to be deorbited off Tahiti. Somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, hopefully off Tahiti, not on Tahiti, right? Because these things are so controllable. Right. I'm gonna get the timing wrong, but I was still at the airport. I get the call from Manber, that the State Department has approved our tether. Right? I'm dead serious. Like an hour later, after $500,000 for something the Defense Department said was not a threat, once they were sure, right, that it was going to be deorbited, we got the approval. It was like game over, man. And so that was the end of that story. And sadly, you know, it's now a reef somewhere at the bottom of the ocean.
It's for the fishes.
Well, a very expensive reef. Now, interestingly, though, the foundation kept up with some of that stuff, and I won't leave this up long. But for example, we shifted and we were looking at, we started looking at building, putting together a space station authority for the International Space Station. This is a draft thing, and that had been floated around. What's interesting, I just noticed here, like this, there's a name up here, Brent. He works for Jeff Bezos.
Is that Sherwood? Is that Jesus?
Brent Sherwood.
For those that don't know, Brent is the guy who runs the Orbital Reef program. That's a combination of Blue Origin, supported by Redwire and Made in Space and Sierra Space, and he was a JPL guy for a really long time, and he's been that's amazing. Yeah,
but this was the idea of a sort of a New York, New Jersey Port Authority for the space station. And this is 2000. This is a little bit before like CASIS and the other attempts to do the same thing, right? But that's what the foundation did. We ran out ahead of people. Now sometimes we ended up being like Will Ferrell in Old School, like let's go streaking, and nobody's behind us. But sometimes we were able to. So look, it was a combination of the Port Authority of New York, CERN, Seaway Management
and
Corporation,
the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, right? It's right there in the documents. Amazing.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, this is the year 2000. So people have been thinking about some of this stuff, and just to get it back here. So this is the thing. When you're opening a frontier, first of all, you need, there's Rick's keys to the frontier, right? And one, you need regular, reliable transportation to and from the location, and eventually safe. Eventually. And then what you also need is the ability to use the resources at the location. And you need governments that will either stay out of your way or help you. If you have those three things, you can open the frontier, wherever it is. In this case, we had the resources, early versions of the transportation. We were a little early for that, but we could have kept it going. What we didn't have was that key, that government key. So if they had stayed with us on this, and again, there were things that happened on our side. Walt's finances, again, with the .com weren't as great, but it was a combination. Any one of these going wrong, we would have kept it going.
Right.
Right. Now, during that period of time, as I like to say, the cubicles at NASA and aerospace, every third or fourth cubicle, a light bulb would be going off about, private sector.
Right.
And more and more and more to where that their philosophy was illuminated eventually to some degree.
Yeah.
Right. We still see this vestige of dinosaurian thinking hanging on,
Right.
like the amazing Boeing space capsule and
Right.
all of its flights to ISS so far. Not. By the way, they're paid more than SpaceX.
Right.
Per flight and per passenger.
Right.
And
Slower, lower results, paid more money, the works. It's the
Right.
perfect trifecta.
Right. I gave a talk at the South by event recently on the space revolution, and I've come up with a slide now where I talk about the two different philosophies, which is why you need a revolution. This isn't an evolution. It has been a battle.
Right.
And there are a lot of great people that have been involved in it. I've named a few of them. But what happened was that the aerospace industrial complex that worked so well in World War II, got us through Korea, profited immensely from Vietnam, was there and did Apollo, which was basically a military program in civilian clothes, right? Basically, which ended with the world's most expensive selfie of astronaut. Basically, at that point, the American space program had done its job.
Yeah, checkbox. Thanks.
Yeah, human space program, whole different thing for science. Love it.
Yeah.
And so what happened was that, that entity, that culture was built on don't rock the boat, keep the price as high as possible, get new programs going, make things obsolete. So you have to have new programs. And FAR Part 19, which is cost plus. Right. Right. Too many acronyms. So their job is to keep the price as high as possible. Keep that flash. Don't rock the boat. Don't innovate because or incrementally innovate. Make sure you're paid a lot to do it.
Right.
Cost plus, again, like if you want this hat and you're NASA, I get to keep 10% of what it costs me to develop this hat. Why would I charge you $1,000 if I can charge you $1 million and get 10% of that? Boom, there it is. It's right there. That's how you get $1 million toilet. That's how you get what, $1 billion F-35s or whatever they are. Not billion, but very expensive F-35s. But then you get this culture that comes up, Star Trek, Apollo, O'Neill, open the frontier, get as many people out there, anybody can go. They roll in. What's their job? Get as many people as possible into space as cheaply as possible. Then the fun begins.
Right.
That's it. If you understand that, you understand everything you're seeing right now. You understand why it's insulting, frankly, to the American way that there's that SLS sitting there.
Right.
When you have American citizens building more efficient, and I don't just mean Japanese one. We have
right. No, there's a half a dozen, right? There's a half a dozen reusable rocketry companies. Yeah, Bezos and Musk are the ones that are kind of the poster children because they're way out in front. But there's at least a half a dozen behind them, and then there's another half a dozen behind that pack
for other types of things. I think at the end of the day, they'd be at the max for all kinds of uses, like 10, right? Somewhere like that.
I think there's probably a higher number than that, but it's not 25, right? Like you have your reality rating index, it's got 150 companies, 200 companies, they're all launch companies. It's why you won't invest in launch companies for the sole reason that there's too many out there. There's going to be a bloodbath. I think the number is probably higher, and that when we bring in Europe's developing system plus Asia's developing system, that you're going to have a lot of rockets in the world really, really soon.
Rocket ships. Rockets are disposable.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's the key point. Reusability is everything.
Everything. It changes everything.
Once you have reusable, you're basically going back to the Arthur C. Clarke idea that you're paying for the propellant,
right,
and the refit between. Yeah. So you simplify the refit costs, and then you're basically paying for the propellant, and that's when it comes, and we get to have this meeting actually in space. So, a lot of reminiscing here, but the fact is that if we could do it then, certainly somebody could do it now. Hopefully somebody who's watching this or listening can get together with some friends, get some investors, and go out and make this stuff happen. We're really on the edge here. This is, I was talking to reporters yesterday, leading up to the Blue Origin thing, and making the point to them that the railroads are about to be open.
Right.
Because they were asking me about business plans and this and that. Well, there's the business plans before, and then there's business plans after.
Right. Right.
Right. And a lot of business plans that may not make sense at current cost or replacement. Remember, it's not just cost of up and down. It's
Right.
regularity, being able to replace parts, things like that. So, yeah, I mean, and there are all these great, Astra, Rocket Lab. Those are serious companies.
Right.
Radiant,
Hundreds of millions in there. Sorry, go ahead.
Radiant, which is one of the ones we invest in, the rail launched.
Yeah.
The little Sierra vehicle, which I think is probably more useful for getting people down in emergencies than carrying them up. And I will say this, I was hanging with those guys a couple of days ago out in Ojai, and one of them is a really good friend of mine who is in charge of advanced programs for Blue. And it was great talking to him because it's very, very clear that what they're looking to do is build an industrial park with orbital reef.
Right.
And they want that industrial park to be an agnostic platform, right? So they're not picking winners in that park. They're going to have some of their own, their own pet stuff. They're going to do, of course, right? But they're going to be looking for people to come in and fill those rooms, fill those buildings like in any industrial park, and make that viable for people. And that's how we start building the economy.
My conversation with Brent about a year ago, how he described the reef, not as a product, because he wasn't talking about that, but as an idea that he says, a reef supports thousands, possibly millions of different organisms that have their own. It's an ecosystem that supports all levels, from the smallest little pieces of coral to the great white sharks, right? And it is they're not going to support any specific thing. They're not gonna make one system thrive over another. They're providing an environment that lots of organizations can thrive in, and I think that's pretty amazing.
If they could avoid a little bit, the Amazon tendency to, to get carried away. If somebody's doing good, then they make the Amazon version. But I will say this: the Jeff I'm seeing now that I saw a few days ago, this guy's lit up. Yeah. I think I really do. I said this to a reporter at the time when he flew in Blue Origin. I think it almost literally lit a fire under his ass. It made it real. Yeah. And from what everybody I'm talking to says, he is accelerating. Brent Sherwood, there's two different Brents here.
Okay.
But Brent Sherwood is the one in charge of advanced projects. And he is scoping up. If you know any engineers or designers, Blue is about to triple or quadruple their advanced projects team.
Right.
Like he's going to, I think he's going to have over 1,000 people brought in. I don't know how many of those are new employees. He would only tell me one of the 6 projects they're doing now, and it just killed me. He's like, I got 6 projects. I was like, okay, I got your thumb. Now give me the other hand, please. Right, what's going on?
Right.
He said, all he would say to me is, Rick, we share the background. We're O'Neillians, and you're going to love it.
Right.
So,
yep.
I don't know what that is.
Blue has always been a black hole of information. Like, they pull in information, you sign a 20-page NDA, and they're like, thanks very much, really appreciate your insight, and then they move on. So that's how Blue is. I mean, we're neighbors, right? They're only 20 miles away from me, and I've only been able to go there 4 times, right? Mm-hmm. It's remarkable.
I've never actually been to Blue. I've been to one launch, and then very lucky to hang out with what's his face a little last days.
How do you want to talk about the Mars thing, or is that kind of off the
Yeah, I
table?
can talk a little about it.
Describe
Jeff-
what it is first.
Jeff has a private invitational thing called Mars. I forgot what the M stands for. Mathematics? Ooh, I'm forgetting. But it's AI, robotics, and space.
That's the A. The
AI, robotics, and space. And I think it's mathematics, but maybe not. I forgot what that is. Medicine. And it's about 200 people. And he rents this resort, and it was amazing. And I was around a lot of people who are way smarter than me. And it's a Renaissance thing. And you can almost see somebody who has way too much money basically saying, bring me all these people, and I'm going to sit here and learn.
Yeah.
And he and his wife, his lovely wife, sat on the front row for both days. What was interesting, we had, I think, 4 or 6 Nobel Prize winners there.
Because you do, if you're the.
Because when you're that guy, and Story Musgrave was there, and William Shatner was there, Ron Howard was there, the producers of the writers of The Expanse, producers, writers of Westworld, the heads of AI departments of like Harvard, Cambridge, they're all there. What was interesting though was these people were all in the audience. What they did on stage was new people. Now, except for, I guess, like Dava Newman, who's one of my favorites, talking about spacesuits. She's doing amazing work as usual. And the helicopter Mars lady, stuff like that. But again, the AI, human interface stuff, et cetera, it's really designed so you have a lot of time to have conversations. So it only goes till about 2:00 in the afternoon, and then you're free until the evening. They had Jewel sing, stuff like that. I got to hang out with, of course, I just blanked on his name, Adam, Mythbusters guy.
Mythbusters, Adam Savage, right?
Adam, yeah. My
Yep.
new best friend, whose name I forgot. That doesn't work. People you just normally wouldn't run into. The Rivian people, the founders of Rivian, robotics, stuff like that. And it's great for synthesis. So for example, I'll give you a quick one. There was a guy there building a new kind of robot. And it's a robot that operates basically like an earthworm. And, and I'm thinking regolith, I'm thinking stuff like that. And now he's looking at it for all kinds of other stuff, like going into blown up buildings, earthquake.
Blown up buildings like a theater in
yes.
Airport, right? Yeah.
Right. Going down in there with a little camera on the end, and it works its way in like a worm. But I'm looking at it going, okay, so if I got a pile of regolith, let's say an asteroid, and I don't want a hard bit that's going to hit a rock, this thing can tunnel its way in there. And then the camera pops out at the end when you get there, or the instrument, whatever it is, that you're looking, that you're examining the regolith with. But that kind of stuff, that kind of thinking, which we need a lot more of. And so it's very exciting. Did you have any questions? And then we can.
No, we do kind of have to wrap up. I do want to hear some quick thoughts about Space Fund, how it relates to space stations. I don't believe you've built a reality rating index, so talk about what an RRI is, and if you're thinking about an RRI for stations.
Yeah, we are, and it's just been a matter of pacing and timing of.
Well, we'll first talk about Space Fund, like who.
Okay, well, Space Fund, we're a venture capital fund. I started it about 3 years ago, brought in my friend Megan Crawford to work with me. We have another guy, James Mertz. We have 2 funds. We have 19 companies in our portfolio now. We focus on startups that are basically what we call frontier enabling. We don't normally chase satellite swarms, and we don't normally chase launch vehicles. We are in Radian. We have about 50 cents worth of SpaceX just because it's cool, right? And a couple of other of those. But for example, Space Forge, which is doing wafers in free flyers, so there's no vibration like you would have on space station. Laser space-to-space communications. We have just a whole bunch of different types of company. Eden Grow Systems, which is, you know, where you're going to get your, you know, your vegan food while you're up there. All of these variety of stuff. We have a very, very heavy diligence process. A GeoJump is one that's going to be riding along with some of the Artemis payloads, and others. We'll take small payloads to orbit if anybody's looking to get into that. We're looking for, we're going to be closing our second fund soon. So we have up to, I think, about $4 million available for anybody who is a accredited investor. Minimum investment size is about $250,000. We're flexible on that, yeah, and then we're going to go for Fund 3, which is where you get into the good stuff. I forget sometimes how hard it is to do private sector stuff. Then I get in it. Yep, I do it for 3 or 4 years, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to go back. So now I'm focusing. We're doing this. We're going to get into Fund 3. I'll also be shifting a little bit to start working on Earthlight, which is a core philosophy for space, and focuses on the why. And I'll end with that part of it. When we get out there, I ran into a couple of people in the last few days, and they were like, well, you know, there's no economic argument for Mars, right? It's you know, it's a dead end,
How can we possibly spend money in space if we can't feed the children? Right?
Don't get me started.
Forever.
I have a whole essay that'll be coming out in a couple of weeks on that whole why.
Right, good.
You know, people are like, well, we're not ready to go, you know, because we've got to handle our, you know, my answer to that is, when did you move out of your parents' home? Were you born able to walk? Right. This is, you were born, and then, or you go out, then you learn. That's when you're mature. That's crossing these boundaries is when you become your next level.
Right.
But anyway, as we get out into space, it's going to require that we all understand the why. And I'll wrap up here real quick for you, Mike. But for me, it's all based on what I call the principles of purpose. And there are 3 principles of purpose. One is to honor and evolve human civilization. We have to love each other, we have to care for each other, and then we have to move to the next level. What's the next thing after democracy, and where do we try it? What are what kind of relationships? You know, as you know, when you're in a space station, that's your family, right? Like, we're in the middle of this battle with Russia. There are a bunch of people up there hugging and hanging out. Why? Because their lives depend on each other, and they care about each other because they have a common language and a common goal. Number 2 is to protect and expand the domain of life. And that's the big one for me. We don't want to just save the planet. We want butterflies on Mars, trees on the moon, right? And then number 3 is the fun one. Explore and experience everything in the universe. We are the vehicle by which the universe knows of itself. And for those of you who are, let's say, Christians, in the Bible, God said, basically, I'm paraphrasing, I paraphrase Monty Python, so I'll paraphrase the Bible too. Basically, God said to Adam and Eve, your job is to go out and name those things, the wonders that I've created. Well, they're not all on one planet. So we even have a biblical mandate. I found the same thing in the Quran, by the way. So that's what it's all about. Now, you, Michael, and I want to honor you for the fact that you too have run out there ahead of people. I know that you've been trying to get the elevator going for a long time. I've watched you stumble, fall over, get back up. And it's the 3rd part of that equation that counts, right? Gravity will knock you down. Screw gravity, stand up, and let's fly.
Right.
And you, my friend, are a leader in making that happen. So I'm very honored you had me. You've been very patient with a very random presentation, to say the least. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rick. This is a great way to end the day, very thought-provoking, right? That oh yeah, please.
Yeah, because everybody's been seeing Give Me.
Oh, give me space. Right.
All right. Give me what? Give me what?
Yeah. No, you know, it's a 30-year battle. It's a 20-year battle. It's a 10-year battle. And even it's a battle that started last week for some people. For some people, it started a week ago, right? And so I feel like we have an obligation to tell our stories in a way that is not mansplaining from on high, but as a, look, we can do this. Don't make this error because that was my error. Go do the thing you need to do. We'll help you as much as we can. So
yeah, it's a 30-year battle. It's a 20-year battle. It's a 10-year battle. It's an instantaneous battle. You put this sucker down and you get off the freaking couch, quit watching other people do important stuff and go do it yourself.
Awesome. All right, Rick, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Glad you're here. I cannot do that very well. I still can't, right? Years later. We're gonna close the event now. I'll see you again soon. Hopefully the world's waking up and can start like meeting again soon. But thank you so much for your insight and inspiration. Always terrific to have you. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Bye, sir. With that, we're gonna close off the day. Please join us again tomorrow morning. Again, we're gonna have a really powerful, enlightening, and I think pretty exciting talk focused on having babies on orbit. So if we can't solve that problem, all we're doing in space is going camping. So having kids, whether it's in vitro or natural, whether it's you know, babies or preschool, or I can imagine the trouble that I would have made as a high schooler on orbit. These are the things we're going to be exploring over the course of the next year as we look at how to have kids on orbit. So join us tomorrow. Thank you very much for everybody who attended. To our online fans, we're especially appreciative. And we'll see you soon. Thanks a lot. Take care, y'all. Bye-bye.
Recording stopped.